The Billionaires' Fake Christmas Engagement. Christmas with the Elkin Billionaires. Book 2 by Leslie North. Chapter 1. Gabe. Here's to OTT and Marketic. Gabe Elkin clinked flutes with the beautiful woman sitting across from him, and they both sipped their champagne. I still can't believe you named your company OTT. I know, it's on-trend tech, but it really is over the top, and you clearly didn't have a PR person helping you out when you came up with that name. So, tell the truth. How drunk were you? Anna Waters grinned at him, and the deep, rich color of her skin shone under the twinkling lights. Gabe laughed, his cheeks feeling the pull after spending all day smiling and talking to people at this year's Tech Expo. Would you believe me if I said that my roommate was actually a marketing major? Anna snorted and set her flute down. Tell me he didn't go into marketing as a career, please. Pulling his phone out, Gabe did a quick Google search as he said, I hate to break the news to you, but here. And he handed the phone over to her. She took it from him, looking nervous about what she was going to see, and he felt his grin getting wider. Go on, he encouraged her. Looking down, she looked at the webpage he'd pulled up and blew out a breath. This is him. It is. Oh, thank goodness he became a vet. She returned his phone and smiled at the server, who had stopped to refill their flutes. Although, I bet all his pets have terrible names. Gabe had just taken a sip and ended up snorting bubbles as he coughed and laughed at the same time. Actually, he gives all his pets normal human names like Steve, Bob, and Doris. He said he likes to confuse people about who or what he's talking about. Of course he does. Gabe's phone buzzed with an incoming call. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his brother Jonas calling. Gabe had been ignoring his calls or claiming he didn't have time to talk ever since he skipped joining the family for Thanksgiving in Colorado. Gabe would be the first to admit that he loved his family, but dealing with his grandmother's and oldest brother's expectations was frustrating on a good day. He swiped his thumb over ignore, and before he could set his phone down, Jonas texted him. Call me. I need to speak with you. Huh. He'd spoken to Chase just a few days ago, and he'd sensed something was off. Chase's insistence that he come back to Colorado for Christmas had seemed out of character, but he'd put it down as Chase's misery wanting company. But maybe he'd been wrong. He'd figure it out later. Earth to Gabe, have you heard a word I've said? Gabe snapped his head up to see Anna smirking at him. Must be one hell of a message. What is it? Is Alphabet offering to buy your app before its full release? I wish. He had high expectations for his latest app, Marketic, and judging from the response to their soft launch during the expo, he couldn't wait to see where it would go. No, it's my brother. I'll call him later. Tonight is for celebrating. Here. Anna raised her glass in a toast, and Gabe downed the champagne in one swallow. He'd barely set it down when an attentive server swooped in to refill his glass. This place is fantastic, Gabe agreed. Located at the top of the Strat, the top of the world restaurant treated guests to a spectacular, rotating view of the Strip, all glittering lights and flashing signs under a night sky tinged orange on the horizon by the glow rising from Las Vegas. He loved coming here, and it was a great way to wow potential clients and investors, but tonight, the view was eclipsed by his company. Anna Waters, the PR specialist who'd spent the last 3 months at his side, helping him prepare Marketic for its product launch at the Las Vegas Tech Expo. We couldn't have done it without you, he told Anna. Thanks to your outreach and the creation of Marketic's brand ambassadors, everyone is talking about how they can use the app to structure their own marketing campaigns. She looked across at him and winked. Just doing what you hired me for, Mr. Elkin. But I have to admit, creating superfans through those ambassadors was a stroke of genius, if I do say so myself. Gabe wrapped his hand around his champagne glass as he contemplated where the night might lead. Anna's dark chocolate eyes still lingered on his. Her eyes were a perfect complement to her hair, which reminded him of silken waves. He loved the dimple that popped up when she smiled, one that far too many times he thought of kissing. And then there were those curves. He wasn't supposed to be thinking about those either. Then again, she technically no longer worked for him. Gabe cleared his throat. "I wanted to thank you for everything you did." "You're welcome." Her smile got wider. "I take pleasure in a job well done." "It was a job very well done. I wish I could steal you away from my own company." She waved this off with a grin that tugged at something deep within his chest. "You promised no work talk at the celebration dinner." "I would never promise that, and you know it." Anna laughed again, sending a bolt of joy straight into the middle of Gabe's chest. Making her laugh, he was going to miss that most of all. It was a low, sweet sound, and he'd heard it plenty over the past weeks, both over the phone and in person. "Okay, fine." She smoothed her napkin over her lap. "Can't get anything by you." From the way she was looking at him now, all big eyes and pink cheeks, she didn't want to get anything by him. Gabe wouldn't mind taking her back to his penthouse. He wouldn't mind it at all. The air heated between them. Dinner was only half finished, but at the end of it, he had the feeling he wouldn't be going home alone. Anna leaned forward, one hand beneath her chin, and watched him. Yes. Gabe's phone buzzed again. Irritation quickly replaced the heady feeling of anticipation that had spilled over him like fine wine. Jonas really needed to stop being so impatient. He dipped a hand into his pocket and silenced the call. But Anna had heard it, and her wide smile shifted to one of concern. "Your brother again. He can wait." His phone rang again, followed by another text message, and worry crept in at the edges. "All right, maybe it can't. I'm so sorry. Let me take this." "Of course, but I'm not going to let my dinner get cold." Anna shooed him away and picked up her fork. She'd ordered filet mignon, medium rare, and grilled to perfection. He'd ordered the same, with roasted veggies and potato puree, reminding him of long-ago family dinners at Elk Lodge. Nothing, however, reminded him of his home so much as the sight of his brother's name on his phone screen. Again. Gabe headed for the restaurant's lobby, bypassing a couple wrapped up in each other on the bench. He found the first available quiet spot near a window that looked out on the strip. "I'm at dinner, Jonas. Can I call you back?" He expected his brother to agree. "No, I'm afraid not. You've been ignoring my calls and messages. This can't wait." His brother's tone shook Gabe out of his rushing thoughts. "I need you to come home." "What? Now?" 100 possibilities tumbled into his mind. An accident with one of his brothers, a fire at the lodge, or worse, something about his grandmother. "Is everything all right?" Jonas sighed, and Gabe felt that sigh in every bone in his body. "This would have been a lot easier if you'd come home for Thanksgiving." Gabe wasn't interested in his brother guilt-tripping him. "I told you, I was busy. If Gran wants to see me so bad, I can always video chat with her or arrange for her to fly out here for a visit." His brother huffed out a breath, and Gabe could hear him mumbling. He combed his fingers through his hair, trying not to rub his head in irritation. "Out with it, Jonas. I have a dinner guest waiting for me. You know it's not even a 2-hour flight to get out here, and we could have had this discussion together, as a family." Yes. Gabe hated how impatient he sounded, but his heart was beating fast and hard. If Jonas had something to tell him, then he should say it now. Right now. Did something happen? In the beat before Jonas's answer, dread fanned out in the pit of Gabe's gut and clenched hard. "Gran wanted to tell you herself, and I don't want to make it seem worse than it is," Jonas told him. Crap. This was bad. "But she has lung cancer, and it's progressed, and we don't—" There was a pause, and Gabe held his breath. If Jonas was struggling through this, then it was bad. Look, if you were planning on skipping out on Christmas here, I need you to rethink that. She really wants you to come home and spend the time before Christmas with the family. She wants all of us to be together. I'll be there. It surprised him how easily the words slipped from his mouth. His brother was right. Gabe had been planning on skipping Christmas. Of course I'll be there. I'll fly out in the morning. He could hear his brother's sigh. Good. That's good. She really wants to see you. We all do. Gabe didn't believe that for a second. While his grandparents had been supportive of him going to college, they'd wanted him to choose an in-state school so he could come home on weekends. As much as he loved Elin and Richard Elkin, who'd so willingly taken the brothers in after their parents had passed away, growing up at Elk Lodge had felt constrictive. He'd wanted to live his own dreams and passions, and that meant moving away. Gabe had long ago realized that nothing he did ever measured up to Ellen Elkin's expectations, no matter how much his accomplishments impressed the rest of the world. But if this was his grandmother's last Christmas, he would be there, even if it was as the family disappointment. Thanks, Jonas, he said finally. I'll text you when I have my schedule. Ending the call, Gabe stared out at the lights below him as he tried to gather himself. He'd wanted his grandmother's respect all his life, and now it sounded like there wasn't much time left to get it. To prove to her that he had his life together and would be happy. Being strong financially was never in question. His parents had left all three brothers incredibly well off, and his business successes were a result of hard work. But what if he could at least prove to his grandmother he'd settled down and found someone to love, much like she had with his grandfather? Maybe then she'd forgive him for leaving and see that he had his life together. Except there was a little problem with his plan. He wasn't dating anyone, and time was limited. An engagement would fix everything. The idea popped into his head the same way a new idea for an app would. The outline's already there, waiting for the details to be filled in. If an engagement would make his grandmother happy, then all he had to do was get engaged. Never mind that there was no time to actually fall in love and have a romance. The romance wasn't the point. The engagement was. He made one quick call to arrange for his private jet to be prepped for the morning. Then he headed back to the table, where Anna sat watching over the lights of the Las Vegas Strip with her hands tucked under her chin. Gorgeous. Her little black dress hugged her in all the right places. Her hair spilled over her shoulders, gently curled at the ends, and he wanted to run his fingers through it more than he wanted to finish his dinner. More than he wanted to do anything else. Her huge brown eyes met his as he slid back into his seat. Something happened, she said definitively. Gabe wasn't the type to get into personal discussions with colleagues, but her voice was so forthright that something broke free in him. She was so intuitive. It was what had drawn him to her when they were interviewing for a PR specialist in the first place. My grandmother has lung cancer. Oh, Gabe, I'm so sorry. He suddenly had no appetite. It's all right. It's not all right. My family wants me home for the holidays. I'm leaving tomorrow. But the thing is... He paused, sensing the edge of a precipice under his feet. If he admitted this to her, and she stormed out of there, he had no idea what he would do. The thing is, I've never brought home anyone who passed muster with my grandmother. An old ache to please her reared up. I want to make her happy, especially if this is her last Christmas. Make her happy? Anna cocked her head to the side. You mean, give her some good news? Maybe that you're seeing someone. Not good enough. I want to bring someone home with me. The restaurant rotated, the smooth motion bringing different lights into focus on Anna's face. Sure, she wasn't an actress or a business magnate, but he'd tried bringing home women like that, and it hadn't panned out. I want her to know that everything's going to be all right with me, and that I'm settled and happy with my life choices. Even if it's an act. There was no judgment in her tone or her eyes. Even then, Nothing was more important than giving his grandmother peace of mind, and no one would be better at it than Anna. She was perceptive and skilled at making connections, and she would fit in at Elk Lodge. This could be my only chance to paint the picture for her. Another ache rose in his throat, and he swallowed it back. So, I have to ask you a question. Anna straightened up. Are you proposing to me, Mr. Elkin?
Chapter 2. Anna. Yes. Anna stared at him, blinking her eyes. Of all the things she expected at the dinner, which Gabe had pitched as a thank you meal between two close colleagues, she had not expected a proposal. He let out a laugh, causing the sudden tension across her shoulders to loosen. I'm sure you think this sounds bonkers, but what do you think about marrying me? I do, said Anna seriously. Think it's bonkers, that is. She hoped that he was joking, and this was just his way of burning off some steam, even if she could think of far better ways to do that. No, really. Would you pose as my fiancé and go home with me for the holidays? It was fine. Of course it was fine. He wasn't actually proposing. Yet Anna's heart didn't seem to know the difference. It jittered and pounded and leapt up into her throat like he'd really gone down on one knee at the table with a ring in a box. Anna did what she usually did when she had no idea what to do. Smiled. Big. Warm. Inviting him to laugh it all off if he wanted. I think we should get to know each other better before we go in front of the priest. She threw in a wink for good measure. Gabe leaned forward. What do you want to know? I'm an open book. He was not an open book. They had their jokes and conversations, but Gabe didn't talk about home or his family very much. Anna knew from tidbits he'd dropped into conversation that his parents had long since passed away, but aside from those drive-by facts, she didn't know much about him, except of course that he was extremely handsome, with what she'd call sun-kissed hair that definitely didn't come out of a bottle and made him look like he'd just stepped out of a magazine. That, and his piercing blue eyes, and a body that might well make a nun swoon. It was so perfect, handsome, driven, talented, rich. It had Anna at a loss for words. You're sure you're not kidding about this? Those piercing eyes met hers again, as though he were planning something in his head. I'm sure. I want you to be my fake fiancé. Maybe he was a little bit crazy. Bad news could do that to a person. They'd had a long 3 days at the expo with very little sleep. People often made rash decisions when they were tired. Anna didn't know how often those decisions amounted to, come home and pretend to be my fiancé. But it was certainly within the realm of possibility. She scanned the restaurant, taking in all the other couples enjoying the view. They weren't so much looking out the window as they were at each other, eyes alight in the candles from the centerpieces. Those were real couples. It wasn't feasible to expect she'd pull off an act like that with Gabe, not without potentially losing her heart. And the way he was looking at her now? It seems real, but obviously it wasn't. I don't know if I'm up for the part. She gave him a cheeky smile, one she hoped covered her nervousness and the fact that she wanted to lean in close to him, flirt with him, even more than they'd already been flirting. But then, with a man like Gabe, it wouldn't be all fun and games. Prior to agreeing to take the gig with OTT, she'd Googled him and his company, and she knew his net worth, which was partly inherited, and that put him in a whole different class, which meant there would be press and public recognition of their engagement at some point, and then Anna's past would come out and things would get bad. Fast. Maybe you should hire an actress. If I did that, I'd have to get to know an actress. I already know you, and I already like you. I want you, Anna, not some random woman from a casting call. I want you. The words came out in a seductive tone that made her swoon. Not too much, but a little. Anna sat bolt upright in her seat, quietly assessing Gabe. He leaned in close, his eyes alight, and focused on her. He was flirting with her, wanted her, for a fake fiancé if nothing else. And it would be nothing else. She decided that right away. Her last boyfriend hadn't thought she was worthy enough to be seen in public with him. Anna wouldn't make the mistake of giving anyone the power to hurt her again. Relationships were a thing of the past. My family's not nearly as big time as yours, she said, trying to keep her voice in check. "We might not fit on paper." "What does that matter?" Gabe cocked his head to the side, blue eyes skimming over her skin and heating her up from the inside. "This is only a charade, not a real engagement. And even if it was a real engagement, a person's past doesn't matter nearly as much as the present and the future." "It could matter," she argued, keeping her tone light and pretty. "Wouldn't that kind of thing matter to your grandmother?" "She's not going to dig into your past if that's what you're saying." A grin flashed across his face and disappeared. "She'll be preoccupied with the holidays and being happy. She'll like you, Anna. That's why I want you to come with me. You'll be wonderful for her. I could be wonderful for you too." But she didn't say that out loud. "Listen." Gabe leaned in another inch, nudging his plate out of the way so he could speak to her in a low voice, one that sent desire curling through a place in her belly Anna had ignored since the breakup. Desire. Who got such a mad crush on her own boss, or colleague, whatever he was? "We'll stay at my family's luxury ski resort for the holidays. It's one of the nicest, most sought-after places in the country for winter vacations. Seriously, every year the place is decked out like something out of a Christmas movie. No expense or Christmas tradition is spared, and if there's something that's missing, you just have to say the word and I'll make it happen. Come on, what do you say? There will be tons of Christmas traditions like carols and cocoa and the whole 9 yards. Lights on the trees, everything. Enjoy your Christmas in a winter wonderland, and we can also talk about your dream." "What dream?" She wrapped a hand around her champagne glass and took a sip. They'd traded dreams back and forth over the many hours they'd been working together, but it had always been lighthearted and joking. For the life of her, Anna couldn't remember what she'd told him. "Of owning your own public relations firm. There are ways I can help you with that." Gabe's mouth curved up in a smile so attractive that she felt a gravitational pull toward it, and had to keep herself firmly planted in her seat to resist it. Anna would never have dreamed of asking him to give her a hand up. She'd worked hard all her life to overcome the lousy hand she'd been dealt. The father with the criminal record, the mother who married 4 times and couldn't ever decide when to come down to earth, a brother who, well, she wasn't going to think about him. Holidays had been nothing like the picture Gabe was painting of his family's resort. No cocoa, no carols, just fighting and bitter silences. She'd actually been relieved the year her parents had finally split. Not that she was going to tell Gabe all of that. Getting that deep into her history would be way across the line for 2 people who worked together, no matter how close they'd been over the past 3 months. "And," Gabe sat up, looking her square in the eye. "Don't forget, my grandmother is dying." The confident look on his face slipped. "Please, do it for me. It would mean the world to me if she knew I was engaged to someone wonderful and had my life all sorted out." He let out a breath. "There, that's it. That's all my cards on the table." Anna felt like she was still holding a fistful of cards with things like a criminal father and her mother's 4 marriages in her hand. But none of them could top the pleading look on Gabe's face, or how incredibly handsome he was. She'd stolen so many glances at him while they were working together, trying to ignore the twist of want in her chest. Up until now, she'd been pretty successful at it. Beyond that, the offer was one of the most attractive she'd ever received. Christmas at a luxury resort, far from anywhere she'd ever lived. No tense hours spent trying to calm high emotions with her parents. No new husband showing up with her mother. It would be like stepping into a different world for the holidays, the kind of world she saw in Hallmark movies. For how long? Fly out Christmas Eve? Come back Christmas morning? Oh no. My family wants me there as soon as I can get there. I'm planning to fly out tomorrow morning if possible. Her breath caught. "You want me to spend almost 2 weeks with you out there?" Suddenly, Colorado seemed like a vast state of forests and wildlands, Anna trying to picture a luxury mountaintop resort they'd need snowshoes to get to. Gabe shrugged. 2 to 3, we'd leave in the morning and come back after New Year's. "But my job," he gave her a look. "You and I both know there's nothing scheduled from now until after the holidays. Everybody's going home for Christmas." His eyes twinkled. "Honestly, Anna, no pressure." If it doesn't seem like something you can do, then I'm not going to hold it against you, but it would be nice if I could show you off as my significant other. I know you wouldn't hold it against me. She heard the sincerity in his voice as clearly as she felt it. Gabe moved fast when it came to making plans, but he was flexible too. It was why they'd managed to put together such an excellent product launch. It was why they'd hooked all those international clients on his app. It was another success in his portfolio. If that was how he was when it came to romance, this wasn't going to be a romance. This was going to be a project, like the one they had just wrapped up, only with more acting. A bright spark of anticipation lit up in her chest, a luxury Christmas, the very first in Anna's life, and a chance to collaborate with Gabe on her own business idea. When she landed in Vegas after the new year, life could be completely different. The 10-year-old version of Anna, who had wanted a whole new life more than anything in the world, had become her personal cheering section inside her mind. Look at him, that part of her squealed. Go to Christmas with him. And really, she had nothing to lose, except Gabe as a client if the whole thing went south. Anna had never allowed a project to end on bad terms in her entire career. She wasn't about to start now. Gabe rested his fingertips on the linen tablecloth, his plate abandoned, and his body tense. He was ready to go now, she realized, right now. And if she waited to leave until morning, she might lose her nerve, might decide that it wasn't very professional to jet off with one of her clients to spend Christmas as his pretend fiancé, might consider all the many and varied possible consequences and decide that it wasn't such a good idea after all, for either one of them. "Let's go now," she said quickly. His eyes went wide. "What? Isn't part of the bargain a flight on your private jet? How soon can it be ready?" The shock on Gabe's face gave way to a surprised grin. 90 minutes, if I make the call now. But we can't just hop on a plane, you know. We need something first. Our clothes? She would have to shop, come to think of it. Her mind was already picturing the forum shops at Caesar's Palace and wondering if she'd have time to head out to the sportswear store at the outlet mall. Anna's wardrobe was geared toward business dressy, not winter in Colorado. After a lifetime in the Nevada heat, she'd need a parka and boots. The thought thrilled her more than a little. Maybe a parka with faux fur around the hood, something soft and sexy. More important than that. He reached out a hand to her across the table, and Anna took it. The simple touch took her breath away. Play it cool. She couldn't be breathless and blushing the entire time they were with his family, or else they'd know something was up. Gabe ran his thumb over the empty space on her ring finger. "We need a ring."
Chapter 3. Gabe. Gabe's high from getting the go-ahead on the most ambitious plan of his life lasted all through their trip to the jewelry store. The owner, a close friend of his, had opened during off hours as a special favor. They'd managed to catch the owner of the winter sports boutique next door as she was closing, and she was happy to remain open for them while they picked out what they would need, especially once she realized how much they were spending. He'd bought Anna everything he could think of for the trip to Colorado, never mind the cost. Any woman who agreed to marry him would have a full winter wardrobe, of course, and be comfortable in it. It took 3 hours to shop and another 30 minutes to get to the private jet, which waited for them on the airport's tarmac. By the time they landed in Colorado, it was late. Too late to wake up his entire family and have a meet and greet with Anna. Gabe felt like he was sneaking in after curfew. As he walked across the lobby at a fast clip, the night receptionist blinked at him curiously. "Mr. Elkin?" She wore a pleasant smile, but it was clear they hadn't expected him to arrive mere hours after Jonas's call. "Hi, Rebecca." He leaned on the counter, trying not to let sleep drag him down into oblivion. "I'm a bit early or late, depending on how you look at it. I'm assuming the family suite is available." He could have chosen to stay in his personal home, but he wanted to be close to his grandmother. "Of course it is." Like several of the properties around the resort, the penthouse family suite was reserved for visiting Elkin family members and other high-profile guests. His phone beeped, signaling that it was set to act as his keycard, and the receptionist's hand hovered over her landline phone. No need to wake anybody up. I'll let them know I'm here in the morning. He brought a half-asleep Anna through the lobby and up to the suite on the lodge's top floor. To call it a suite was a bit of an understatement. It featured a hot tub, a formal dining room, and a sunken living area with a spectacular view of the ski slopes in the mountains. She fell gratefully into the king-sized bed in the master bedroom. It was only then that the full extent of the suite hit Gabe. It only had one bedroom. The sofa was an option. Gabe hadn't been able to sleep on the plane, and now exhaustion pulled him toward the bed with all the force of a black hole. He tumbled onto the other side, leaving a big gap between them, and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, only to wake up to his cell phone buzzing itself off the bedside table and falling to the floor. Gabe rolled over and snatched it up, answering without looking to see who it was. "Lo, you're here already." Jonas's voice was all too chipper, as though he'd been up for hours, showered, and exercised. His brother ruled the resort with an iron fist and expected others to have the same determination. "I thought you weren't coming until today, and Rebecca let me know you checked in the middle of the night. You should have told me." Gabe rolled onto his back and groaned. "I didn't want to wake anybody up." "Well, if you're up now, we're waiting for you in the lobby." He stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense of this. "Waiting in the lobby for what?" "For you." The bed rustled next to Gabe, and a painfully sweet awareness shuddered through him. Anna, stretching and yawning, her dark hair spread out over the pillow in gentle waves. "We can all sit down to breakfast together." "No," Gabe said quickly. Too quickly. "I don't know if we're ready for breakfast." The word were slipped out before he could stop it, and now it was time to put his plan into action. And all without his morning coffee. "We?" Jonas did an extraordinarily bad job of hiding the surprise in his voice. "I didn't know you brought a guest." "I did. But we need some time before we make introductions. Meet you after breakfast?" "Sure. See you then." Gabe dropped the phone and rolled back over to find the bed empty and the door to the ensuite bathroom closing. He could hear the water running a minute later. Anna, in the shower. In the shower. After sleeping in bed with him all night. That's what a fake fiancée did, right? It was no big deal. It was nothing. He brushed by her once she'd gotten out, wrapped in several towels. "Go like that," he joked. Her beautiful smile was reflected in the mirror as she dried her hair and put on her makeup. Gabe showered, trying to eradicate the freshly showered and still wet image of Anna from his brain. Gabe emerged a few minutes later, dressed in a button-down shirt and pants that wouldn't have been out of place at a fancy dinner. He never knew what to do with himself here. Should he play the tech mogul, too suave to go out on the slopes, or should he switch into ski gear and head off into the snowy distance? There had to be a middle ground, and a button-down shirt was it. For now, Anna looked him up and down, and then looked at her own clothes. She was dressed in a pair of gray slacks and a matching jacket that had the shape of business wear, but in a softer fabric. It made him want to slide his palms over it and pull her close. I was going to ask if this was okay to wear, but it looks like we had the same idea. "You look perfect. Let's go." She followed him out to the elevators, and they got in, sharing a collegial silence. This isn't another expo, but Gabe couldn't help treating it like one. "So, my family is downstairs," he said. "They'll be headed out from breakfast soon, and we'll have introductions." "All right." Anna didn't seem particularly bothered by this. She watched him intently. "Are you thinking about a change of plans? We can always say I'm a business associate. I'm dressed for it." His stomach turned over. Number this is for the best. but the high he'd ridden the previous day had melted. The last dregs seeped away as the elevator let them out into the lodge's grand lobby, with its soaring ceilings and enormous Christmas tree decorated to its last inch. All that, and his family, standing at the foot of the tree in a tight circle, waiting. For him and Anna. Oh no, this hadn't been a good idea at all. Gabe had brought home a stranger, and now what? Jonas caught sight of him and waved as if they were in a crowded room and not a mildly busy lobby. And then they were all looking at him, Chase, Jonas, and his grandmother. He grabbed Anna's hand, relieved when she squeezed back. A stolen glance at her revealed nothing but a confident smile. She was so good at this, and they hadn't even started to talk. They joined his family, Anna's ring pressing against his own fingers, and Gabe couldn't wait to share the news. Grandmother. He bent down to embrace her and kiss her cheek. She seemed smaller and frailer than she had before. It twisted at his heart. I'd like you to meet my fiancée, Anna Waters. I brought her with me for the holidays. Anna, I'd like you to meet my grandmother, Elkin, and my brothers Jonas and Chase. Jonas blinked at him. Your fiancé? You got engaged? Good for you, man. Chase stepped forward and pounded his back with an open palm. Nice surprise for the holidays. It is surprising, his grandmother said quietly. Why would you keep this from us, Gabe? Abort mission. This wasn't what he wanted, not more disappointment from his grandmother. He searched for a way to say that he was only kidding, that this was a joke, a family joke. But Anna's soft voice interrupted his thoughts. I know it probably seems shocking. We got engaged a few months ago, but we wanted to spend some time settling into the idea before we announced it. She shyly held up her ring for everyone to see. It felt right to come here and be with his family while we celebrate. Grandmother's face softened, but she still hesitated. Won't your family be expecting a visit? They're very supportive of our plans, Mrs. Elkin, Anna said smoothly. I just had to see where Gabe came from. She looked all around the lobby, her eyes shining with excitement. Can you blame me? It's even more spectacular than Gabe described. The garland with the holly and juniper berries is great, and the Christmas roses are gorgeous. That earned her a smile from his grandmother. No, I can't. I'm glad you love the flowers. My Richard, the boy's grandfather, always gave me Christmas roses, and I like to have them on display in his memory. And we do have a lovely home, though our real home isn't in the lobby, naturally. She laughed. I can't wait to see it, Anna said. Do you live on the grounds, Mrs. Elkin? I live in the lodge upstairs, his grandmother confirmed. The brothers have space on one of the upper floors, as well as private homes elsewhere on the property. And please call me Elin. Which we can see at dinner, Gabe put in. He needed time to make a better plan. We were about to take a tour of the grounds. With no coats. Jonas put his hands in his pockets and frowned. Why? Why did you have to say that? Anna laughed. Too excited to come down and meet everyone. We'll grab them and then head out. It was so nice to meet you all. She slipped her arm through his and tugged him back toward the elevators, smooth as could be, waving behind them at his family. The moment the elevator doors shut, she whirled toward him, a laugh on her lips. We need a way better plan before dinner. And why didn't you tell me your younger brother is Ace Elkin? My friend Elena is going to lose her mind when she finds out. Relief swept through him that they'd survived their first encounter. We should have come up with a story on the plane, and my brother hasn't competed since his accident, so he prefers Chase. Got it, not Ace. Okay, how about this? The elevator dinged and let them off at their floor. We've been seeing each other for months, almost a year. Why would we have hidden it? He led her into the room, where they grabbed their brand new outdoor coats. Anna slipped into a gray parka with faux fur around the hood. With the hood on, she looked like she'd just stepped out of a winter sports magazine. Why would he have hidden a woman like this from his family? Maybe you wanted to see if it would last before telling your family. Anna glanced away, looking down at the floor. What's that about? Gabe didn't ask. It wasn't his business. Makes me seem like a jerk, though. Who would do something like that? They went back into the hallway, wrapped up in winter coats and boots. What about this? We both wanted to keep it a secret because we were working together or something. At that moment, he knew that simply saying they were engaged wouldn't be enough. They'd have to sell it physically. Before we go back down, we should practice. Practice what? She fiddled with her hood, making it look even better than it had moments before. Kissing, you know, being a couple. We can't just hold hands with stone faces the whole time. She laughed, skepticism shining in her eyes. Fine. He did want to kiss Anna, and not only because they were pretending to be engaged. He wanted it. Gabe wasn't about to say that now, not when they were firmly stuck in the plans they'd made. They entered the elevator, and the door slid shut behind them. Now's a perfect time. No audience. Do your worst, she said, hand on her hip, and Gabe leaned down to kiss her. Their lips brushed together, then connected. Wow. She was soft, her lips parting like they were meant to be kissing, and Gabe couldn't help pushing forward to explore her mouth. Anna tipped her face toward his, her fingertips brushing against the back of his neck. It lit up all the nerves in his body with a strange heat. Where had they been headed again? He stepped back suddenly, remembering that this was supposed to be practice, not an end-all be-all kiss. Anna stepped back against the opposite wall of the elevator, cheeks pink, breathing hard. Okay, that was a kiss. The doors to the elevator opened again, letting them out into a lobby blessedly free of his family. He still felt the heat of her on his mouth, and the hairs on the back of his neck rose in expectation of having her touch him there again. I think we'll do all right, he winked. Sure will. Now show me the resort like you promised. I want to see everything.
Chapter 4. Anna. In the buttery light of morning, Gabe showed Anna Elk Lodge, the ski resort tucked into Cardinal Mountain. It was more than just one lodge. It was more than just one house. He took her up and around some trails near the family properties, which featured one house for each brother. Closer to the road, there was a series of staff housing and rental cabins for guests who wanted to stay in a private residence instead of the primary lodge. Gabe didn't have much to say about why they weren't staying in his personal home other than he wanted to be closer to his grandmother. Throughout the tour, he pointed out the Christmas lights and decorations on every building. The whole mountaintop looked as if they were in a rustic alpine Christmas wonderland. There was even a giant snow globe with a tiny ice rink in it big enough for 2 people that would make for amazing Christmas cards. They paused near the bonfire at the bottom of the ski hill, where guests drank gourmet hot cocoa or cider and munched on cookies that were created by the chef Chris. They walked under a bower dripping in icicles, and she wanted to reach out to see if they were real. It was a Christmas movie come to life, and she loved it. "Would you like to see the view from above?" he asked her, pointing to the ski lifts. "We can take the lift up and hike down one of the walking trails." Anna grabbed his hand and tugged him along. "Are there Christmas decorations up there too?" Gabe laughed and nodded. "Well then, lead the way, Mr. Elkin." The ride up was fun, sitting together on the open bench. She could hear the excited chatter from the other guests on the seats ahead of and behind them. They then hiked down some trails set aside for snowshoeing and walking. Even the benches on the trails were decorated, and when she sat down on one, she was surprised to find it was heated. "Oh, I could get used to this," she said, sliding back and forth on the bench to warm up her butt. Gabe sat down next to her. "I'd forgotten they were heated. It's great because it keeps the snow off." Anna pulled out her phone and leaned against his shoulder. "Smile, fiancé, let's make some memories." Gabe laughed, and the two of them made faces at the camera while she snapped their pics. On the way back, Anna tossed sparkling handfuls of snow at him, dusting his nose. When he pretended to glare at her, his eyes were shining, and she had to remind herself that this was pretend and they weren't even dating, much less actually engaged. The mood shifted once they returned to his suite. It had been one thing to collapse on the bed in the middle of the night, exhausted from the shopping and the flight. Now Gabe stood awkwardly in the center of the living room. "I'm sorry, there's only one bed. If you want, I'll sleep on the sofa from here on out." "That won't be very realistic." Anna's body still hummed from the kiss they'd shared in the elevator. Some practice kiss. It was more like what she expected on her wedding day when the priest announced the happy couple as husband and wife. "It's really okay. It doesn't bother me at all." How he'd react if she admitted that she wanted him to sleep with her was another story. Gabe nodded. "That's good. Listen, I need to go talk to my brothers about our situation. Now that we've got a better storyline, I owe them a conversation. Will you be all right here for a bit?" His eyes searched hers. One minute he was acting like the Gabe he'd been when they worked together. The next, he was her fake fiancé, hesitating to leave her alone without company. Anna snorted a laugh, and his eyebrows rose in response. The light dancing in his eyes made her want to say something witty. It was hard to come up with the words. "Will I be all right in this luxury suite in the fanciest ski lodge I've ever seen? I think I can handle it, Gabe. Don't worry about me." A smile crinkled the corners of his eyes, and for a moment she thought he might take her in his arms. Kiss her again, even. But then he seemed to pull back, shifting toward the door. "I'll be back soon." And then she really was alone in the luxury suite. Taking off her boots, her feet sank into the plush carpeting and she wiggled her toes, sighing. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the mountains. Skiers made their way down the slopes, helmets glinting in the sun, and it was warm. Oh, it was warm. Despite the cold outside, the room was the perfect temperature. Little touches here and there reminded her that this was a high-end resort. The soft blanket on the back of the sofa arranged to perfection, the tray of luxury lotions in the bathroom, the fully stocked fridge with every kind of drink she could imagine. Even the rumpled bed somehow managed to look upscale. The sheets made all the difference, she decided. Anna had no intention of sitting in the room doing nothing while Gabe met with his brothers. Item 1 on the agenda: make herself at home. She lugged the suitcases up onto the luggage racks and flipped them open, pulling out some of her new garments. She reached for her phone and dialed the one and only Elena, her best friend in the world. "Hey," Elena said sleepily. She worked as a chef in one of the upscale restaurants on the Strip and never started her days early because of how late she worked. "Are you calling me about Christmas plans?" Her friend yawned, not bothering to smother it. "I'm calling to apologize about Christmas plans." Anna took a brand-new ski outfit from the suitcase and hung it up in the closet. "I got swept away on a holiday vacation." "What?" "Remember that guy I was working with? Gabe Elkin?" Elena chuckled. "The hot billionaire?" "Yes, the hot billionaire, if that's what you must call him. We were at dinner last night, and he asked me to spend the holidays with him." A ringing silence took over the phone line. "Are you still there?" There was no use in getting into the whole engagement. It would be over before she knew it. "And you went with this guy?" "His family owns a luxury resort in Colorado. So, yeah, I came. We'll be home after New Year's." Elena let out a disappointed sigh. How many times do we have to have this discussion? You cannot keep letting rich jerks take advantage of you like this. We were supposed to spend Christmas together, but it's not really about that. This is a huge mistake. Anna stopped halfway between the bed and the closet, a little stunned. "Okay, well, he's not a jerk, and I have my own plans." Tension pulled itself tight across her chest. "He's offered to help me with my business idea in exchange, and we're going to talk about it while we're here." "Okay." Elena's voice had become clipped and sharp. "I hope this doesn't turn out to be another debacle, like the one with Freddie. That was the part she left out." "It won't." Anna smiled. She was trying to project confidence over the phone, even if she didn't feel it. "This will be great for my career." Her friend's voice softened. "I hope it is." The two women hung up, and Anna's hand shook as she unpacked the rest of their clothes. She hadn't expected Elena to be thrilled that their Christmas plans were canceled, but then again, she hadn't expected the reaction she'd gotten either. Maybe Elena was right about some things. Maybe Gabe was another billionaire she should keep at arm's length, but it was too late to leave now. Anna wasn't going to do that to him. Her phone buzzed. She snatched it up off the bed, thinking it would be Elena calling to add one last bullet point. That would be so like her. She'd get in her parting shot, and then they'd both back down. They'd make new plans. "Just say it, okay? I want to move past this with you," Anna said in a rush, wanting to right things with her friend. The phone line crackled. "Move past what?" Her breath fled, leaving her lungs worthless empty sacs. "Crap, why didn't I check the caller ID? I'm calling to tell you I'm out of prison, but I guess you already heard." Anna wrenched one of the suitcases off the bed and pulled it over to the closet. "Hi, Dad. No, I hadn't heard." A pang of strange and ridiculous guilt tightened her throat. If he was calling because he wanted to spend Christmas with her, then she had bad news for him too. Not that she wanted to spend any time with him. He had always been focused on his criminal activities. "What's up, besides the fact that you're out?" Her dad cleared his throat. "Well, it's been a bit of a rough time." Anna braced herself. This was a familiar pattern. "I can't go back to dealing since that's what they took me in for in the first place. I've been staying at your brother's." "How's that going?" "It's all right since he's back on the inside." Anna put a hand to her forehead and shoved the second suitcase into the closet. For what? Her brother couldn't keep himself out of prison either. "Grand theft auto, but that's not the point. I need a little money to get by. Can't have this place getting any bad marks on it while I'm here. If you could send me $500 or $600, that would be enough to—" Anna hung up. Not again. Anna swiped hurriedly through the apps on her phone and blocked his phone number. No money, no guilt trips, not this time. She'd spent too long trying to make everything okay in her family, but they just kept taking. She was done. "I hope I wasn't gone too long." Gabe's voice startled her, sending her hand flying to her chest. She had no idea how much time had passed. "It's time for the family dinner, and we've got to knock this one out of the park. My previous girlfriends made either no impression or a negative one, and I'm not sure why, but— Wait, did you put away all the clothes?" "I did." She put a big smile on her face but saw concern flare in his eyes. It was relaxing, if you can believe it. "I don't." Gabe went to the closet, opened it up, and pulled out a dinner jacket. "Did something happen while I was gone?" "Nothing, but I am surprised to find out you're dressing so fancy for dinner. I can't go wearing these pants. Give me 10 minutes. Anna had an outfit in hand and on her body in far less time than she'd needed. In the bathroom, she ran a hand through her hair and gave herself a stern look in the mirror while she refreshed her makeup with a skilled hand. She was not going to slip up and let the false front of perfection drop. The stakes were high for Gabe and his family, and she'd promised to do her best. It had taken her years after she left home to figure out how to act like someone with money and poise, and it wasn't going to crumble today. Definitely not today. This wasn't about a luxury vacation or relaxation. Anna had a point to prove, both to herself and to Gabe. She swirled out of the bathroom, hands above her head. "How do I look?" "Gorgeous." His eyes moved down over her body and flicked away, the glance so short she thought she might have imagined it. "Dinner is down one floor in my grandmother's apartment." "Lead the way." Anna kept her chin up, tossing a lock of hair back over her shoulder, all while anxiety prickled in the pit of her stomach. If Gabe's grandmother's rooms were anything like the suite they were staying in, it would be a very fancy place. Anna was familiar with opulent hotels, but she mainly frequented the meeting rooms, not the private suites for the owners. On the next floor, her steps faltered. Gabe squeezed her hand. "You did so great in the lobby this morning." The familiar tone grounded her. It was the same way he'd praised her after a productive meeting or a killer presentation. "And I'll be right there next to you if you need anything." How close. She was so nervous she couldn't quite believe it, and he was so comforting that she wondered who this man was she'd been working with all along. That man would never have squeezed her hand and coaxed her into dinner. Anna took a deep breath and stood up straight, just as Gabe slid an arm around her waist and bent down to kiss her cheek. "I'm a professional," she murmured. "I won't embarrass you at dinner, or myself." He nuzzled into her neck, planting light kisses on her skin. "Gabe." She put one hand up around his neck. It felt so comfortable with him, so terribly easy, not to mention out of view of his family. This couldn't be part of their performance. "What are you doing?" "Practicing for dinner." The words made sense, but she blushed deeply, heat spreading across her cheeks. Anna let herself sink into him, just for one moment, to see what it felt like, and wished as fervently as she'd ever wished for anything that this wasn't pretend. He broke away from her but stayed close enough for his hand to linger on the small of her back. Anna wanted to curl back into his arms, but not because it was a job. She needed to remember she was playing his fiancée and not lose herself in the role. "I'm good," she said, as much to herself as to Gabe. "Let's do this."
Chapter 5. Gabe. Grand's apartment, most of one floor of the big building they called Elk Lodge, reminded Gabe of his childhood. It was only now that he'd been living away from here for so long that he could appreciate it for its elegant beauty. There was something different about the quality of the light on Cardinal Mountain. The nights seemed to come earlier, making the glow of the silver candlelit centerpieces warmer. The staff had set the long table in her formal dining room, decorating the table runner with some of the family's treasured tabletop Christmas pieces. The family's formal china gleamed the way it always did when used on special occasions. "Glad you could come." Jonas was first to greet them, sticking out his hand to shake like old business associates and not brothers. Anna shook his hand, but then stepped forward to kiss his cheek, and Gabe tried to keep a poker face at the look of surprise on his brother's face. "Thank you for having us. This is all so lovely." She gestured to the room, and Gabe tried to look at it through her eyes. "Well, thanks. But this was all grandmother." Gabe coughed in an attempt to hide the laugh he couldn't stop. His brother was never at a loss for words. They made the rounds, and Chase was far more open, greeting them both with a smile as he introduced them to his beautiful new ski director-instructor girlfriend, Tana, and her daughter, Lindsay. They walked over to his grandmother, Anna leading the way and tugging his hand so he would follow. "Mrs. Elkin, Elin, thank you so much for inviting us. Everything looks so lovely." "Thank you, dear. This is my favorite time of year, and I admit to enjoying showing off." Gabe looked her over. His grandmother's silver shawl and black outfit did the heavy work of hiding how thin she'd gotten, making him worry that she was downplaying how bad she was feeling. While Chase, Tana, and Lindsay added gaiety to the evening, their laughter echoing around the room, the sound did nothing to help him relax. Gabe wanted to know what had made Anna so nervous earlier. It couldn't have been the performance element of all this. She was too good at her job to let something like that shake her. The urge to take her into a secluded corner and lean in close to whisper questions in her ear got stronger every second. Maybe telling her about how his previous girlfriends had all traditionally bombed this portion of the family schedule had put her on edge. They either refused to eat anything but undressed salad, used their phones under the table to fire off social media posts or send business emails, or excused themselves to make calls. Gabe had nothing against salad. That wasn't it, just the tension it caused with everyone else. He did have a problem with the phones, but he'd always found himself squarely in the middle, which meant he pleased no one. The group sat down around the table, and his grandmother waved in uniformed servers who came in with the soup course. Anna watched all of it with bright eyes and a big smile. "Jonas, tell me about running the resort," she asked as one of the servers ladled a delicate vegetable soup into their bowls. Anna made it a point to thank the waitstaff, taking the time to make eye contact. Jonas paused with his spoon halfway to his mouth. "What do you want to know?" Mild shock registered on his face. Of all Gabe's girlfriends, not one had ever cared to ask Jonas about running the place. "Well, My day job is in public relations, and I often help set up conferences. Do you hold events like that here, or is it mostly tourism-focused? His spoon went back into his bowl. We can accommodate it, but I haven't had much time to attract clients interested in larger-scale events. Oh, that's great. I mean, not that you haven't had time to do it, just that you have the space for it. Anna smiled. My first job in the industry was working for the Las Vegas Convention Center, and I would love to help you set up policies in advance for conference events instead of coming up with them as things happen. I also have a lot of experience with social media campaigns if you ever decide you want to expand your offering here. She raised her hands in front of her. I won't bore everybody with the topic, but if you ever want to talk conferences and PR, I'm your girl. For once, Jonas didn't frown, didn't hesitate. I'll take you up on that at some point, I'm sure. Gabe let out a breath quietly. So far, so good. I'm so glad. She'd started with Jonas, and not 5 minutes into dinner, they already had plans to talk business. So, you're in PR? Tana chimed in. I spend most of my time on the slopes, so I'm wondering what that entails. Anna looked tickled to be asked. Well, when I worked for the convention center, I helped coordinate conferences for clients. Everything that has to do with large-scale events, I've done it. But what I love doing is helping clients coordinate their media campaigns, whether it's drumming up excitement for a product launch or helping them to shape their message for their audience. She laughed, and it was a lovely sound. It doesn't sound too exciting when I put it like that, but there's rarely a dull moment. Is that how the two of you met? Gran's voice was soft but clear. She wore an unreadable expression in the candlelight, sitting there at the head of the table. Anna touched Gabe's wrist and let out a low laugh. I've got this one. He's good at presentations, but this story gets him all flustered. It does not, he insisted, slipping his hand into hers and oddly pleased at the way she'd been brave enough to tease him in front of his family. Not compared to how flustered you got when you saw the ring. You're getting so far ahead of yourself, Anna said, and then cleared her throat. We started talking about, 6 months ago, when Gabe needed my help getting his latest app in front of the right people. She winked, drawing laughter out of both Jonas and Chase. We got pretty close, working together for all that time, and the rest is history. Very recent history. Gabe relaxed into the rhythm of dinner. After the soup was cleared, the main course arrived, a pork tenderloin that melted on his tongue and tasted like comfort and holiday spirit. And then came dessert. The servers brought out individual chocolate lava cakes. He glanced at his grandmother, who looked back at him with a subtle smile. She'd chosen it for him knowing it was his favorite. His throat went tight, taking in the little cake with its dusting of powdered sugar. He savored each bite. Anna's, on the other hand, was gone the next time he looked. She put her spoon between her lips, and heat shot through him, making him imagine way more than he should about her. Oh, I'm so sad that's over. Anna sat back, her comment a testament to how much she'd enjoyed it. Take the last bite of mine. He scooped it up with his spoon and offered it to her. Gabe, who had always loved chocolate cake so fiercely his family had made fun of him, offered his fiancée the final bite. The room seemed to hold its breath, as if he were on the verge of snatching it back. But Gabe wasn't that desperate child anymore, and hadn't been in a long time. Anna leaned in and took the cake onto her tongue, making a low noise of satisfaction. Wow, Chase said, amazement lacing his voice. I think you've got yourself a match. Have you ever seen anybody who loves chocolate as much as Gabe? He directed this last part to Jonas, who silently shook his head. At the head of the table, his grandmother smiled. A genuine smile, calm and a bit reserved, the way she always was. Something in him untwisted. She approved. His grandmother liked Anna and believed their engagement was real. Guilt followed hard on the heels of his satisfaction. She approved, except it wasn't real. "Let's go caroling," Jonas suddenly announced, surprising everyone at the table. He looked Gabe straight in the eye, as if testing him. All the brothers were intimately familiar with how much Gabe hated singing carols, and they also knew how much their grandmother loved them. "We'll go down to the lobby and sing there, so we don't have to get cold." "That's a wonderful idea." His grandmother took Jonas's hand for extra support, getting out of her seat. "The pianist will still be there from the dinner hour. He can accompany us." Gabe fought down his own nerves on the way to the lobby, where a baby grand piano was tucked next to the Christmas tree. The family gathered around as the pianist greeted his grandmother and went through her preferred list of carols. Additional decorations had been added since they came through earlier, and fresh evergreens twisted into garlands with sprigs of juniper and red berries were now draped along all the flat surfaces. The lodge wrapped up like this was a gift to everyone who entered it. The grand piano sported a giant red bow, the curls of the ribbon a stark contrast with the gleaming black surface. He couldn't sing, and Jonas knew it. The last thing he wanted to do was to make a fool of himself in front of Anna. Taking his hand, she squeezed, leaning in close. "I love Christmas carols," she whispered softly into his ear. "Do you?" "Tonight, I love Christmas carols," he answered dryly, keeping his voice low. The pianist launched into the simple and all too familiar Jingle Bells. After the first verse, Anna leaned in again. "Your family is so close. I kind of love it, even if you and your brothers did argue over, what was that again? Who was the better skier, and it was just Jonas and me." Anna laughed, but not loud enough to disrupt the singing. "Isn't Chase the best skier?" "He is, but Chase doesn't count when it comes to internal contests." He shot his brother an apologetic look. Tana must have had one heck of an effect on Chase because he didn't seem bothered by the comment one bit. "Internal contests," echoed Anna, and he could tell she thought it was funny. "Yes, more of that." A familial warmth spread in the center of his chest. Gabe really did love his family, no matter how much he didn't fit in. Not in the way that everyone else did. Gabe had wanted different things out of life. He hadn't wanted to sign on to a permanent position at the lodge just because his brother had taken over management of the resort. But now, standing around the piano and singing Christmas songs, he wasn't sure. If he really were the black sheep of the family, and if he really were a disappointment to them, his grandmother wouldn't have asked him to come home. Maybe fitting in wasn't the only criterion. "You're not singing," Anna said, whispering in his ear. He put his hand on her waist and pulled her close. She leaned in, curvy and soft, and melted into him almost as if it were the most natural thing. He'd been wasting time. The thought came to him as clearly as the opening notes of "God Rest You Merry Gentlemen." The other women he'd brought home would have excused themselves from singing carols. They would have stood stiffly by his side, hands folded in front of them. He'd spent too long dating women who were utterly uncomfortable being around his family, or they were too wrapped up in their own worlds. It had worked at the time, because he'd been wrapped up in his own world. He had come here each time knowing that the goal was to leave as soon as possible, only putting in a token appearance. This could be his real life. A part of it anyway. Anna rubbed her hand down his back, the gesture genuine. It unlocked an old feeling at the core of him. Belonging. That's what it was. Being back here, in this moment, he felt like he belonged, like the circle of people around him would never close with Gabe on the outside. But he'd never get to that closeness without somebody like Anna at his side. His heart beat hard, a triple drumbeat of sadness for the day when they inevitably weren't together anymore. Those were the rules of a fake engagement. They didn't go on to become real weddings. So as wonderful as this moment was, it was doomed to end. Not yet. He straightened up. His family didn't care if he couldn't sing. They'd all known it when they decided to go caroling in the lobby. And they wouldn't care now. The pianist went into the next carol, Silent Night. And Gabe, with Anna close by his side, opened his mouth and sang.
Chapter 6. Anna. The wine at dinner had gone straight to Anna's head, and the effects persisted long after the singing was done. It made her skin feel warm, almost overheated, as she and Gabe took the elevator back to their suite. He didn't drop her hand when they stepped out into the hall. He held it all the way back to the room, giving a little squeeze as he pushed the door open and let her inside. He brought her knuckles to his lips, brushing his lips across them with a satisfied light in his blue eyes. "That felt good," Gabe said, his voice husky. "Didn't it?" "Felt pretty real to me," Anna said breathlessly. The two of them had stood with his family in the glittering lobby of Elk Lodge. The tree was nothing short of perfection, with its red bows, glass ornaments, and warm lights suffusing everything with a homey feeling. The kind of holiday she'd seen in commercials and movies, but nothing she'd ever experienced. Gabe was right in the middle of everything that made it perfect. There was a good chance the warmth she felt was not all wine and Christmas cheer, but instead, Gabe. Maybe it wasn't just warmth, but a fierce, hot want. He stepped closer, pulling her in with a soft touch on her hand, and Anna thought she'd never felt so much power concentrated in one tiny gesture. Gabe was strong. He scheduled enough gym time to keep himself lean and muscular, and he could have had her in his arms. But he didn't. He waited, those eyes on hers, asking a silent question that she wanted to answer. Anna drew in a breath to say something, anything, but his lips hovered over her knuckles again. He lowered his mouth to the ridge of her fingers, drawing the pad of his thumb across the back of her hand. He kissed the place where his thumb had been, following it up to her wrist bone. "Yes," she said breathlessly. Then, faster than she could blink, he closed the distance between them, and Anna was in his arms. She collided with the hard expanse of his chest, covered only in his dress shirt, and Gabe's hand slipped down to her waist as her arms went around his neck. His lips met hers in a burst of heat and something like possession. Like they really were together, and it wasn't all an act. Anna could taste it, a real holiday with him, a real heat in his touch. Gabe groaned and his hands tensed on her waist. She pulled back, struggling to catch her breath. It was like a movie set, this hotel room, all sleek cream furniture and fancy touches, and Anna wanted to belong here, wanted to be the kind of woman who curled up on the sofa with Gabe and watched the snow falling outside before family dinner, wanted to go to bed with him at night, not because they were acting, but because they needed to be together. Anna could kiss him again, and she knew deep down where that would lead. It would lead to clothes coming off and a rush to the bed, leaving all of her on display for Gabe. But then what? Could they shake it off and go back to the parts they were playing? It would be challenging at best, and at the end of this vacation, she'd be no closer to what she wanted out of life. He knew about her goal to start her own firm. What he didn't know about was her desire for a real relationship, one with love and compromise and commitment. As if he could hear the storm of thoughts crowding her head, Gabe tilted her head up until their eyes met and held. One night wouldn't hurt. He sounded so sure of himself, but Anna wasn't. It's not unethical. She trailed her fingers down the back of his neck until they met the collar of his shirt. Not unethical didn't have the ring to it that, yes, let's go to bed did. Maybe we shouldn't. She took a half step back and Gabe broke away from her. You must be exhausted. His voice was a bit strained, so unlike how he sounded when he sang with his family. I am. So not true, but it wouldn't do any good to tell him she was breathless with want and wouldn't be able to sleep. An early night would probably do us good. They carefully avoided each other while they took turns brushing their teeth and preparing for bed. Anna came out of the bathroom just as Gabe was on his way out to the living room with a pillow tucked under his arm. Oh, don't. Guilt crashed into her. You don't need to sleep on the sofa. His eyes met hers with a searching focus. Are you sure? The question shimmered in the air. They'd been close to doing much more than sharing a bed, but sending him away didn't feel right either. "We managed it last night just fine." He seemed to consider it, then headed back toward his side of the bed. Anna's body thrummed with awkward pressure as she crawled in beside him and turned off the light on the nightstand. Gabe did the same, plunging them into the half-darkness of the room. Moonlight bled into the room through the cracks around the curtains so she could still make out the shadowy shape of him. "Good night, Gabe." "Good night." Ugh. Now she was arm's length away from him in bed and feeling more needy and frustrated than ever. A pillow wall might be the only solution to keep her from rolling against him in her sleep. Nothing would be more embarrassing than waking up on his side of the bed wrapped around him. The minutes ticked by and still sleep didn't come. Anna corralled a herd of sheep in her mind and counted them one by one. Who'd have thought she'd be lying there thinking of mattress commercials after how well the dinner and caroling had gone? Not her. Next, she tried meditational breathing exercises, and then pretending to be asleep. Nothing worked. After what seemed an eternity, she pushed back the covers and tiptoed out of bed, moving quickly for the living room. At least she could take a deep breath out here. There was so much space to roam. Anna headed for the kitchen to get a glass of water and then took another turn in the bathroom, washing her face for the second time that night. Elk Lodge supplied the creamiest of soaps, and there were bath bombs next to the jacuzzi tub enticing her to linger in this little piece of heaven. Raspberry relaxation seemed like a promising choice. Tomorrow she'd treat herself to a relaxing bath. Anna made her way to the picture windows in the living room, taking in the view. The slopes really were stunning, especially with the snow clean and white, starkly contrasting with the vast, dark sky above. "Are you all right?" Gabe's voice from the bedroom door pulled her away from the window. "You've been gone quite a while." "I couldn't sleep, obviously." She laughed, but it was a tired laugh, and concern flared in Gabe's eyes. He walked closer, Anna unable to look away from where his pajama pants were slung low on his hips, and his sleep shirt, a Henley that she found unfairly irresistible, lay unbuttoned at the neck. "Couldn't turn my brain off." Gabe took a seat on the leather sofa facing the window and spread out his arms over the back, the movement stretching the shirt over his biceps. Anna sucked in a deep breath. "Breathe, girl. Breathe." His eyes swept over every inch of her. "Does this have anything to do with the phone call you got earlier?" The real world pushed back into her mind with an unpleasant jolt. Anna turned away. She didn't want to discuss her family or her past, or that she shouldn't be at a place like Elk Lodge with a man like Gabe. "I got out of a bad relationship recently," she hedged. "My best friend was worried I'd made a mistake on the rebound by coming here with you." One eyebrow arched upward, and for a moment all the things she hadn't wanted to talk about crowded together at the tip of her tongue. If she spilled her secrets here and now? Well, she wouldn't. But suddenly she was aware she was standing there in a tank top and sleep shorts, Gabe's gaze fixed on her. It was like when they'd come into the room before, and the heady, reckless feeling returned, this time more demanding. He let out a short breath and shifted on the sofa. The temperature in the room seemed to skyrocket. Gabe's pajama pants weren't thick enough to hide his arousal. More than anything, she wanted to hear him make that noise again, that soft, deep groan in the back of his throat that sang with wanting her. Gabe blinked, and his professional expression fell back in place. He ran a hand through his tousled hair. "Best if we focus on getting through the holidays here, don't you think?" Anna tried to shake off the ringing temptation, which filled the room and made her want to keep breathing in that excitement forever. This was precisely why they couldn't have sex. Just the act of standing near him made her feel like she was being pulled in. Gabe was like an undertow, and it took all her energy not to get swept away, which was probably for the best. Gabe asked her here to do a job for him, and it would never work once they went back to the real world. That was the nature of contract work. There and gone again, faster than you could blink. "You're right," she said, and then she let out a yawn. It started out fake, but turned into something real by the end, and Anna found herself stretching her hands above her head. From beneath her eyelashes, she caught Gabe gawking. She hastily put her hands back down by her sides. That wasn't playing fair. Let's go back to bed." She caught a flash of frustration on his face. Let's go back to bed certainly didn't sound like something they would say to each other at any other meeting, but that was the situation. Gabe Elkin. One bed, Christmas getaway. Anna headed for the bedroom and slipped back under the covers, her heart beating fast. Surely he wouldn't stay out on the sofa in his own suite. Half of her hoped he would, just for some breathing room, and the other half yearned for him. Anna had mostly read about yearning in the context of her mom's old romance novels, the ones she'd kept stored in a cardboard box in the back of her closet, and Anna had snuck up to her room as a teen. This was exactly what she'd imagined it would feel like. Gabe returned and slid into the bed without a word, turning away from her. Sleeping next to him and not touching seemed all wrong, but apparently he was okay with it. So, Anna would be too. Rolling over, she faced the other way and closed her eyes. Instead of going back to counting sheep, she reminded herself over and over, "It's just a job. It's just a job." As sleep slowly claimed her, she had a fleeting thought. What if it didn't have to be? Chapter 7. Anna. "I can't believe you guys do this," Anna murmured into Gabe's ear as she leaned closer and snuggled next to him in the sleigh. It was drawn by a team of 2 white horses with bells on their harnesses, which jingled as they pulled the sleigh over the flat cross-country trails at the back of the resort. The trees to either side of them had been decorated with lanterns and silver bows. I've never even seen a horse-drawn sleigh, much less ridden in one. Not in Nevada, anyway. There had been sleighs in Christmas parades, sure, but they sat on the back of parade floats or were on wheels. She wondered how well a sleigh would run on desert sand, but suspected it would be difficult for the horses. Gabe squeezed her hand, sending a delightful heat to warm her cheeks. When was she going to stop having such a crush on him? Probably not during this trip, judging by the way things were going so far. Especially not with Jonas and his grandmother sitting in the front row and Gabe in performance mode. All the Christmas cheer made the air almost sweet, and his grin made her want to snuggle closer, not put distance between them the way she should. Sleigh rides are a popular attraction with the guests. "I can see why. It's almost magical." Gabe laughed, and she pulled out her phone to snap a few pics. Jonas turned around, his gaze zeroing in on their closeness. "You two lovebirds enjoying yourselves?" There was an edge to his voice that his smile didn't hide. "Of course we are." Anna smiled. She'd never give Jonas any reason to believe she wasn't Gabe's real fiancée. Any woman who wanted to marry Gabe would love the resort and everything it had to offer. Besides, the sleigh ride was so quintessentially Christmas that it would be tough not to enjoy it. There's something so romantic about a sleigh ride, don't you think? The horses pulled them around a bend and back into view of the lodge. Elin put a hand to her mouth. "I've lived here a long time, but the sight of that building at Christmas time is one of my favorites and never fails to disappoint." The lodge, all dark wood and glowing windows, was a festival of Christmas lights in matching gold tones that made the place look like it was gilded in the dusky evening. Anna lifted her phone, wanting to capture the image and remember this special moment when she was back in her boring Vegas apartment. The last of the sunset bled from the sky in an orange and purple haze as they approached the circular drive, and the sleigh driver reined the horses to a stop out front. Gabe climbed out first, Jonas following close behind. Both men helped the women down from the sleigh. Gabe's gloved hand felt big and powerful on hers, and he gave it a gentle squeeze as she stepped down. A smile played over his face, warm and intimate. Is he acting? "I'm glad you got to come on a sleigh ride with us," he said. "Maybe one day?" And then a snowball hit Gabe in the side of the head. His eyes went wide and he turned and ducked, scooping snow from the ground as Elin took Jonas's arm and headed toward the lodge, laughing as she went. Tana and her daughter Lindsay had launched the attack and Chase was backing them up. A snowball fight. Another first. Anna had never been in a snowball fight before, and the snow seemed unwieldy in her hands. She got one ball together and launched it at Chase, who neatly ducked out of the way, laughing. Everyone was having fun, their voices echoing high in the clear night. "Mom, look out," Lindsay shouted, running to hide behind a giant nutcracker standing at attention. "Hey, don't help her!" Chase yelled as he chased a laughing Tana with a snowball before turning to throw it at Gabe. "Dude, you are so going down!" Gabe threw a snowball back at him. Jonas came back out of the lodge at a run, scooped up some snow, and made a snowball without stopping. He aimed at her, but Gabe stepped in front, flinging out his arms to save her from the hit. "Game on, Elkins!" she called out. Tana and Lindsay joined forces with her, packing snowballs and throwing them at the brothers who spread out and were pelting each other more than the girls. It didn't take long for the cold to seep through Anna's gloves. They were meant for sleigh rides, not wet snow. The chill spread to her body, and her teeth started to chatter. Gabe was the first to notice. "Time out!" he yelled, his voice louder than all the other noise. "Anna's cold." He put a hand to the side of her face and looked down into her eyes. "Let's get you inside." "No," she protested. "I'm good to keep going." "You'll freeze out here." Gabe slipped an arm around her waist and hustled them both toward the glowing warmth of the lodge. "If there's anyone more in need of hot chocolate than you, I'd be shocked." The lobby bustled with activity, more activity than Anna had expected, but Gabe had eyes for none of it. He led her straight to the gourmet hot chocolate station on a mahogany table at the side of the room, whipping her up a fresh cup of cocoa with surgical precision. She stuffed her wet gloves into her coat pockets to better feel the warmth of the cup. "Here, drink this." The blue in his eyes was more intense now that they were inside, reminding her of Lake Mead. It wasn't just the hot cocoa that made her blush. Gabe reached up and stroked a lock of hair away from her forehead. "Should we sit?" "I'm really okay." The hot chocolate was smooth and delicious, still delightful, though it was her second cup today. The warmth of his gaze went to her bones, chasing away all the chills. "Shouldn't we get out there and finish the battle?" "Not until I'm sure you're thoroughly recovered from the cold." She laughed. This was the Gabe she worked with and admired wholeheartedly. It wouldn't be so bad to bask in it for a while, would it? Possibility glimmered in the air between them. They could go up to the room and cuddle on the sofa until she was heated from her head to her toes. They could even go in the jacuzzi. Jonas and Chase, followed by Tana and Lindsay, came into the lobby on a burst of cold, fresh air. "You're coming to the gingerbread house competition, right?" Chase clapped a hand on Gabe's shoulder, and a twinge of disappointment marred the glow of the hot chocolate in her chest. They'd been having a moment together, moment over. It did, however, explain all the people in the lobby who were making their way into one of the elegant meeting rooms to join the competition. "I wasn't done throwing snowballs." Anna grinned. "But I can hold my own with gingerbread." Jonas gave a quick nod. "Good. You'll make the competition much more exciting." "Excuse me," Tana cut in. "You've never seen me work with gingerbread before." The six of them followed the guests into a room decorated to look like Santa's workshop. The area was set up with tables covered in dark green tablecloths, topped with silver trays that held stacks of gingerbread and all the decorations a person could dream of. Gabe guided her to a table with a light touch on the small of her back. "This one's ours." First things first, Anna tugged off her coat, and Gabe took it over to a coat rack in the corner of the room. While he was gone, she rolled up her sleeves and considered the tools at their disposal. Plenty of frosting, plenty of sprinkles, little bowls of gold leaf. When Elk Lodge did something, they didn't skimp. "I think we go classic," she announced as Gabe joined her. "A one-room house and let the decorations speak for themselves." He dropped a kiss on her cheek, sending a shiver all the way down to her toes. "Good plan, but I just have to do one thing." He whipped out his phone and started tapping. "Dude," Chase called out, "tell me you aren't doing what I think you're doing?" Gabe smirked. "You're just mad because you didn't think of it first." "Think of what first?" Anna looked back and forth at the brothers. "What am I missing?" "You'll see." Gabe's phone pinged with a message and he frowned and swore as he read it, making Chase laugh. "When did you text him?" "Before you." Chase's laughter was infectious, but Anna still had no idea what was going on. Looking over Gabe's shoulder, she looked at the text, which was a series of screenshots between Chase and Chef Chris. "Oh, he's awesome. How do you know him?" Anna read through the screenshots, which consisted of Chase asking for tips on how to beat his brothers and Chef Chris providing what looked like advice, except it was all blacked out. "Ooh, sneaky." "They used to vacation here when we were kids and we became friends with him and his cousins," Gabe told her. "But since Chase and Chris were the clowns of the group, they were inseparable when the Dentons were here." Anna scrolled through the screenshots trying to catch anything under the black while she tried to figure out why she knew that name. When it finally hit her, she almost dropped Gabe's phone. "The Dentons? Of Denton Hotels? Are you serious?" Anna had actually applied for a job at their Las Vegas resort, but ended up taking the position at the convention center. Gabe elbowed her and whispered, "Stick with me and who knows who you might meet." She grinned at him and handed him back his phone. Over at the next table, Tana had dipped a finger in frosting and was waving it in front of Chase's nose. He laughed, a deep belly laugh that had Lindsay giggling behind her hands, and the three of them jostled and argued as they got the house set up. Jonas had taken a table in the corner with Aylin, who sat perched on a chair, delicately painting on swirls of frosting and adding decorations. The room was full of people who were already working on their masterpieces. They'd gotten a head start. Anna and Gabe reached for a gingerbread piece at the same time, their hands colliding over the tray. Gabe caught her hand in his and kissed the back of it. Desire shot through her and heated her face. She cleared her throat and went about setting up the four walls of the house. Gabe stepped behind her, reaching around to pipe in the frosting as she held the pieces together. The hard lines of his body bracketed her in, and her breath caught. "There, 4 walls are done," Gabe said, smiling down at her and at what they'd accomplished as a team. "Let's do the roof," she said. Anna couldn't help but notice the strong lines of his forearms and the capable way his hands moved. But then he stepped back, letting her take over with the decorations as she added a row of gumdrops to the front lawn of the gingerbread house. Anna popped one in her mouth and savored the sweetness on her tongue. "Don't you want to help with the gumdrop fence?" she teased. "It'll be better if you do it." Gabe stood close, supervising but not touching the candy. He always wanted things to be perfect, and that's what she intended to do. Gabe's grandmother would only ever see her being perfectly happy and content. The ideal fiancée. The host, one of the head staff members, called time on the contest a few minutes later. Gabe took their house to the judging table. The winners would be announced the next day. He returned with their coats and a relieved smile just as Chase and Tana approached. "Dinner at Grand's?" Chase asked. "We wouldn't miss it," Gabe nodded. "What time? As soon as everybody's there?" Chase took Tana's hand and she took Lindsay's, and the three of them headed for the exit. Elin left on Jonas's arm right after them, leaving Anna and Gabe. They made their way to the elevator and rode up, but outside the door to Elin's apartment, Gabe hesitated. He put his hand in hers, and Anna straightened. Obviously, they needed to make a convincing entrance. However, she was surprised when instead of going into his grandmother's suite, he tugged her down the hall. They stopped at a shadowy alcove with a round window overlooking the ski slopes and abandoned their coats on a low table nearby. "Did you want to show me the view?" she asked as he led her into the deeper shadows. "No." And then his mouth was on hers, answering the need in her. She sucked in a gasp as the kiss deepened and Gabe's tongue found hers. Oh, there was the wall, coming up against her back and holding her upright. His hands worked down her sides before one came back up to cup her face. Anna was almost sure her knees would buckle. She stayed standing, arms around his neck, pulling him in tighter than she'd expected. Gabe nipped at her bottom lip, and a tiny moan escaped her. They shouldn't be doing this, not in the hall outside his grandmother's suite, not where someone might come across them. And what? See that they were all over each other, the way an engaged couple might be? She sank into the kiss, losing herself a bit more. It wasn't right that they were wearing so many clothes. It wasn't right at all. Anna ran one hand down the front of Gabe's shirt, feeling the hard plane of his chest and the ridges of his abs underneath. Tear off the buttons, shrug it down his shoulders. His grasp tightened on her hips, and he brought her close, so close, and then let go. In the dim light from the hall, she could see the fire in his eyes. That wasn't for show. None of this was for show. It had been for the two of them, and only the two of them. The line between acting and reality blurred, becoming hard to see. What was she going to do about the thudding in her heart and the desire burning hot in her belly? Because there was nothing acted about her reaction. Gabe took her hand. "I had to." It sounded like a confession. "Come on, let's go to dinner. I'm suddenly starving." But the way he was looking at her, Anna wasn't entirely certain he meant food.
Chapter 8. Gabe. When dinner was over, Gabe's grandmother led them to the sitting room and pulled a familiar book from the shelves. A photo album, a scrapbook really, one that she'd been keeping for years. She patted the sofa next to her. "Whenever someone new comes to the family, we go through the old memories." That was his cue, along with Anna, to sit with her so they could have the best view. Anna tucked in next to him, and he put an arm around her. It was getting harder to resist stroking her skin or playing with her hair or planting quick kisses on her cheeks. A lot harder. And yes, he'd given in to the desire to haul her into his arms and kiss her senseless, but he hadn't known how to get through dinner otherwise. His reward was the satisfied smile she wore for the entire meal, just enough to help him stay in control. Everything was different with Anna. Gabe had never had to focus on keeping his hands off a woman before, and he'd never craved the softness of a woman's skin or the sensation of her curves under his palms like he did with her. "Now," his grandmother began, "this is Chase and Gabe." The two boys had carefree smiles in the photographs, as if they didn't have a care in the world. "It was a little before my parents were killed in a car accident," he told her. Anna took his hand and squeezed. "I'm so sorry," she murmured. She turned her head and kissed his cheek. Out of the corner of his eye, Gabe caught his grandmother watching. "You're good for him," she told Anna. "Much more demonstrative than some of the others." She cleared her throat, letting out a little laugh. "Not that everyone needs to be demonstrative every minute, but it's lovely to see." Pride and guilt rushed through him, but he pushed them down in favor of pulling Anna close. "You're right," he said, smiling at his grandmother. "She is good for me." "But how?" Jonas chimed in. "How did you learn to be good for our high-powered businessman of a brother? Does your family move in the same circles?" Anna tensed in his arms. "Oh, I wouldn't say that, no." "Ah, what do your parents do, Anna? I don't think you mentioned it." Gabe wouldn't have noticed the stiffness in her shoulders if he didn't know her, if he wasn't sitting so close. "Chase, I'd rather hear about your plans. You're definitely going to stick around, right?" he said, hoping to divert the conversation. "Oh, yeah," Chase beamed. "Tana and Lindsay love it here, so I decided not to head out to California and will be sticking around." Anna relaxed as the conversation turned to work plans and stories from their childhood, and Gabe let out a breath. He'd done it. He'd protected her. Of all his achievements in life, this ranked pretty high. The conversation rose and fell around them. It settled into a rhythm Gabe recognized from his younger days. Chase telling an old story about learning to ski, and Jonas telling one about the first night managing the resort on his own. The evening reached the end of its cycle when his grandmother stood. "Time for bed," she said. "I'll see all of you tomorrow." Everyone responded with a chorus of goodbyes. Anna stuck tight to his side on the way to their room. "You're quiet," he said, as she kicked off her shoes and put away their coats. I hope we're all right." She looked at him, an instant of warning before she was on him, backing him up against the wall for a change and kissing him with desperate, hungry little noises. "Thank you," she murmured against his mouth. "I didn't want to talk about my family, and you, thank you." Her hands worked at the buttons of his shirt, and then lower. Anna sank to her knees on the carpet in front of him, and he gripped the waist-high chair rail. Every inch of him came alive under her touch. The rest of the world fell away. All the acting, all the stolen kisses, they were elsewhere. Gabe only existed here, in this moment. He ran his fingers through Anna's hair, feeling them catch and tangle, and allowed himself a few more moments of pleasure so intense it was almost painful. Then he coaxed her up with his hands and with urgent whispers. "Here." Gabe took her to the bedroom. The first gentle kiss of his lips made her shiver. Delicious. Software. He could do this, repeatedly, for the rest of his life. Anna coming home to him each night so he could please her. Oh, he needed this. It wasn't until now that he realized how much he'd been aching for it. His need for her crept over every inch of his skin and suffused him down to his bones. More. More. "I have to have you." He lifted his head from between her legs, and Anna pulled him up onto the bed, her shirt tangled and her face flushed. "I can't wait another minute." "Don't wait." Those two words were the sexiest he'd ever heard. Gabe fumbled in a drawer for a condom. Thank God he'd had the foresight to put them there, while Anna repeated them in his ear, her arm thrown around his neck. He should get undressed, he knew, but that would take time, and he didn't want to waste a minute. It was everything and so much more. After, he was pleased that for once, he didn't have to live with an expanse of empty mattress between them. Gabe curled himself up around her and waited for his racing heart to settle. He didn't know how long it had been when he finally had the urge to speak. "I was wrong," he told her. "Last night, I was wrong." "You're never wrong." She felt languid and sleepy underneath him. He would have given any amount of money to make the moment last forever. "I should have been more caring about how stressed you looked last night. Is everything all right with your friend?" Anna shifted against him and gave a little sigh. "My best friend Elena, that's who I was talking to. We usually spend Christmas together." Gabe waited, saying nothing, but continued to stroke his hand over her hip. "She was worried," Anna continued, "because my last relationship was with a pretty boy socialite from LA. Not that you're a pretty boy socialite. Just, he had a lot of money and influence, but I only ever saw him when he came to Vegas. He never invited me out to LA. When it came down to it, I wasn't good enough for him, and he let me know that. I was just a side piece he kept on hand when he wanted sex without any complications." For the life of him, Gabe couldn't understand how any man could think Anna wasn't good enough for anything. She was gorgeous, brilliant, and accomplished. It was why he'd asked her to come to the resort with him in the first place. The jerk had been dating her and getting to do all the things that Gabe wanted to do. Bitter jealousy sliced through him, and Gabe fought to tamp it down. At least the man was gone now. But none of this explained the tension at dinner when Jonas asked about her family. "You are good enough, no matter what might have happened in your past." Anna stiffened for a fraction of a second, and if she hadn't been wrapped up in his arms, he might have missed it. "You know I'm not close with my family," she offered by way of explanation. "There are certain things about them I'd rather not talk about." It was vague enough to make him curious, but at the same moment, he felt it, the hurt behind her words. Certain things could mean a lot. It wasn't up to him to pry or press. Gabe cuddled her closer, hoping to soothe her. Hopefully, he would be enough. Whatever this was, he'd protect her from that too. The longer he kept his body close to hers, the more she relaxed. "Let me get you some water. I'd rather you stay and hold me some more." Anna's tone was light, but it had a layer of longing that called to him. I liked the sound of that even better. It was something, how they fit together, so right, like they'd been made to do this. Gabe wanted to stay like this all night. He wanted to stand between Anna and whatever it was that made her shoulders tight and her voice thin. "Are you sure?" Was he? It wasn't often that he felt this fierce protective instinct. It was confusing. "I'm very sure." He kissed her hair. "Now go to sleep. I'll be here all night."
Chapter 9. Anna. Gabe's phone rang in the hazy light of morning, and Anna stretched out the pleasant ache in her limbs while he rolled over to grab his phone. "We're not up yet if you're calling to invite us somewhere." His voice had a gravelly, sleepy quality that made her body respond, desire curling low. Anna rolled over on her side to watch him. He pushed a hand through his hair, eyes still closed. Seconds later, they shot open. "Okay, I'll tell Anna. When?" A pause. "All right, thanks, Jonas." He hung up and let the phone fall to the covers. "Gran isn't feeling well. No big lunch or dinner today." His lips had turned down at the corners, a good indication of his fear for his grandmother. Sympathy squeezed at her chest. "What else?" Gabe glanced at her, a wry smile suddenly tugging at his lips. "Jonas has arranged a gift for Gran. He's got a photographer coming for Christmas to do family portraits for a couple of days." His eyes grew distant. "Which means I need to think of something better for my grandmother." His determination would have made her laugh if she didn't feel deeply for the man lying next to her. Resentment of his brother's one-upmanship was written plain as day on his face. "You know, if you really want to impress your grandmother, you should bake something. It always adds a special touch." Blue eyes met hers, the full force of his gaze making her blush. "It might if I knew how to bake, which I don't." "Didn't you text a celebrity chef for advice on how to beat your brothers at making a gingerbread house just last night?" Gabe rubbed his chin, giving her a remorseful look. "I did, but I don't think I could ask him for help on this. He'd laugh even harder." "Well then, lucky for you, I'm an excellent baker. Come on, get up, let's go." "Go where?" Gabe's expression took on an open, hopeful cast that made her heart beat faster. He scrambled out of bed behind her and followed her into the bathroom. "If we're going to bake, we need supplies. You don't want to go down to the lodge kitchen, do you?" "No," he said quickly. "Let's go into town." 2 hours later, they carried bags back into the suite and set them out in the kitchen. It was a well-appointed place, if a bit small, with marble countertops and stainless steel appliances that looked brand new. Like everything at Elk Lodge, it was top of the line. Perfect. And the man standing in it with her, he looked pretty perfect too. "Peanut butter chunk cookies," Anna announced. "They're my favorite, and everybody loves them. Roll up your sleeves so we can get started." Anna might have had practice baking, but Gabe was clueless. They mixed the first ingredients, then added the flour, baking soda, and vanilla extract. 20 minutes later, the whole endeavor resounded of failure. At first, she'd thought they bought too much at the grocery store, way more than they could possibly need. But the first batch was too dry from being overmixed, and there wasn't enough milk at the lodge to help with that. There was no choice but to try again. They couldn't possibly serve these to Gabe's grandmother. Gabe shook his head and reached for the mixing bowl again. This time she took control of the flour, while he added the brown sugar and other ingredients, mixing slowly and watching the consistency. Anna felt her shoulders relaxing as she enjoyed the easy camaraderie between them. Here, in the small kitchen, it seemed safe enough to talk, to let some of the heaviness from last night go. "My parents really hated each other," she said, watching as Gabe stirred the mixture. "It made everything in my childhood very tense." The set of Gabe's jaw told her he was listening intently, and she was grateful for his silence, allowing her to maintain the courage to continue. "My father was never around when we needed him. My mother was always angry, and none of it was idyllic. Not like this place." Anna took a deep breath. "Baking always made me feel better. My parents loved each other, and my grandparents did their best to make a happy home for us, and Gran continued that after my granddad died. We were lucky." Gabe shook his head. "It's hard to explain, but I never felt like I measured up to Gran's expectations. Jonas was probably born wearing a tie, and it was obvious early on that he was the best choice to follow in her footsteps and run this place. As for Chase, Granddad was an alpine skier. He's the one who taught us all to ski, but my brother took to it instantly. It was obvious that he was going to follow in Granddad's footsteps, which just left me, and neither of those options was of interest. Jonas took a breath and used a spoon to place rounded dollops of cookie dough on the tray. So, when I got accepted at UCLA, I knew that was my chance. I packed up all my stuff and drove out to LA, determined to strike out on my own. Starting and building OTT has been amazing, but when I'd come home for visits, Gran always seemed displeased. That's when I started bringing my girlfriends, hoping she would see that I was doing everything right. But there was always something wrong. I was never with the right girl, never happy enough. Not to please Gran, anyway. He slid the next batch of cookies into the oven and closed the door, setting the timer on the microwave. When he straightened up, Anna met him with a kiss. Empathy squeezed at her heart, and she already hummed with desire from standing so close to him. Gabe didn't seem surprised at her arms on his shirt or her lips on his. He seemed hungry, like a man looking for a port in a storm. He groaned, low and soft, and the sound made her move closer. "I've wanted to kiss you all morning. I'm kissing you now," she said. Gabe took her in his arms, letting his hands work over her dress, caressing the soft red material. He pushed it up to her hips like he was opening a present, and then dropped to his knees. She sucked in a breath at the sight of him leaning in to press kisses to the line where her panties met her thighs. He tugged them down like he was undoing a ribbon, and he helped her step out of them, before finding herself backed against the counter. Gabe kissed her core, sending a hot wave of desire through her body. His tongue stole between her folds, and she put a knuckle between her teeth, trying to stifle the moans that escaped. It felt like she was falling, like he'd opened a door into his heart and soul. It was then she accepted the truth. She'd fallen for Gabe Elkin. Gabe brought her to a slow, sensuous release. Before she knew it, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom while the aftershocks still echoed through her body. Instead of going to the bed, he set her down, whispering, "Don't move." Grabbing a condom from the nightstand drawer, he ripped the foil, and as he walked back to her, he rolled it onto his length. Then he was backing her up against the wall as he kissed her deeply. Anna couldn't hold back the moan. It all felt so good. Lifting her up, Anna immediately wrapped her legs around his hips and gripped his shoulders as he thrust into her. Oh, it was good. It was better than chocolate, better than cookies, and better than Christmas. The slow roll of his hips against hers, and the way he dropped his head against her shoulder while he pushed in and pulled out, made her dizzy with desire. Gabe's thrusts became harder and faster, his breaths matching the pace of his hips. Anna gave in to the orgasm as it climbed higher and higher, crashing in waves as it broke over them. She could feel him coming, feel the tension in his lean body while he came. When it was over, he held her up, thumbs tracing a path on the flesh of her hips while their breathing slowed. I hope he feels the same. The thought unfolded itself and dissolved like sugar on her tongue. A faint beeping came from the kitchen, and Gabe let out a heavy sigh and set her back on her feet. He pressed a kiss to her forehead and was gone, off to check on the cookies. Later that night, they wrapped the cookies in a gift box and headed for his grandmother's apartment. They met up with Jonas, Tana, and Chase at the door. "Where's Lindsay?" Anna asked, not seeing the little girl who could light up a room. "Sleepover with my parents," Tana told them. Chase's eyes twinkled. "What's in the box?" "A gift," Gabe answered. "Is she waiting for us?" "What kind of gift?" Jonas asked. "Not a gift for you." Gabe led the way into the apartment, where his grandmother waited in the living room, elegant in a long black sweater and a pearl necklace at her throat. He bent to kiss her cheek and put the gift box gently in her hands. Jonas and Chase exchanged a look. "What's this?" Ellen's eyes twinkled. "For me?" Gabe rubbed at the back of his neck. "Just some Christmas cheer." His grandmother lifted up the top of the box, and her eyebrows went up. For the first time, Anna saw the cookies the way the older woman would see them, chunky, a little misshapen, and obviously homemade. "Oh, thank you, Gabe." She pulled him down into a hug. "Did you do that yourself?" Jonas asked, a slightly suspicious look on his face. "I think this is the first time you've ever baked anything." He looked at the cookies, a slight frown forming. "No way Chris Denton helped with those." "Anna and I worked together," Gabe answered, casting a glare at Jonas. His grandmother lifted a cookie from the box and bit into it, her eyes fluttering closed. "This is delicious." She finished the cookie quietly and offered some to the others. "Cute," Chase grinned. "Nice gift. Not something I would have thought of." Gabe shrugged in response, but Anna could see the color darkening in his cheeks. He angled his body more toward his grandmother, who'd managed to eat the entire cookie without getting so much as a crumb on her sweater. "I'm sorry I couldn't host a dinner for you tonight. That's okay." Jonas spoke without hesitation. "If you need to rest, you can rest." Anna had noticed the tension in the woman's body the whole time they'd been there, so it was nice to see her relax a bit. It was, she supposed, a family tradition for their grandmother to host many meals throughout the holidays, each lovely and elegant. The mood in the room shifted, and each brother set out to reassure their grandmother it was more than okay to take it easy. Tana moved to sit on the sofa beside Elkin as they chatted, but Anna couldn't do it. It didn't matter, though, because she was never going to be a genuine part of this family. The thought caused a lump to form in her throat. She'd told Gabe some of her past, and so far he didn't act differently toward her, but that was way more than she could expect from the rest of his family, or deserved for that matter. Anger swelled, heating her cheeks and making her mouth go dry. Her father could have been a decent man who led a normal life, and then she wouldn't have any secrets. They weren't really her secrets either, but no matter what she did, they seemed to cling to her like a second skin. It's one thing to try to outrun your past, and another when he keeps popping up every time he gets out of prison. Gabe appeared at her side and put a hand on her back, his thumb tracing a slow path over the fabric of her dress. "She likes the cookies," he murmured into her ear, but she could see that he wasn't sure the gift had been good enough. "She definitely did," Anna agreed. "I saw her face when she took the first bite. You can't hide joy like that." He relaxed. "I couldn't have done it without you." He leaned in and kissed her temple, and just like that, all her frustration melted away. A kiss on the temple in front of his family didn't mean anything, but the words he spoke only for her benefit were different. Those meant something. So did the way he pulled her in close to his side and held her there for a few moments. "We'll let you rest, Gran," he called. "Let us know if you need anything at all." Everyone said their goodbyes, and Anna and Gabe led the procession back out of their grandmother's rooms and to the elevator. They exited, Gabe still holding her hand as he led her to their rooms. "Home sweet home?" she said, as Gabe paused outside the door. His eyes met hers in a flash of heat that still managed to surprise her even though they'd already been intimate. Gabe smiled. A genuine, open, and filled with relief smile. "That's right."
Chapter 10. Gabe. Gabe woke to the sound of a hairdryer running, and for a minute he didn't know where he was. He kept a hairdryer in his penthouse in Vegas, of course, but these didn't feel like his pillows. He opened his eyes. Ah, Elk Lodge. Home, which meant the person with the hairdryer was Anna. He closed his eyes again and indulged in the fantasy of her for a few more moments. Home with Anna. It sounded right in his head. But it was the stuff of dreams, not reality. No matter how much he wanted to keep her in bed, they sometimes had to leave the suite. The hairdryer shut off, and she emerged from the bathroom, snugly wrapped in a bathrobe, her dark eyes lighting up at the sight of him. "Sorry if I woke you." A sheepish blush came to her cheeks, layered on top of the pink from the dryer's heat. "You're usually up earlier than me." "I slept in." Gabe rolled onto his back and stretched his arms above his head. "Too comfortable next to you." He hadn't meant to say that out loud. Anna only laughed and headed for the closet. She reappeared at the side of the bed, the forest green of her sweater and matching pants stunning. Her eyes swept over him. "Are you going back to sleep?" "If you come with me." "No, I have plans for us." He'd made the decision as he was falling asleep the night before. "We need to go to town." "Oh, okay. Hurry up then." Her smile was the perfect way to start the day. He threw back the sheets. "You just want to see me in my boxers." Anna winked at him. Well, naked would be better, but as you said, you have plans for us. She was too perfect. Gabe headed for the shower, wondering at every moment whether she'd climb in with him, or hoping. But no, she'd just done her hair for the day. His guess was she'd be waiting by the front door when he got out. Efficient should have been her middle name. Gabe was right. Why are we going into town? Shopping, he said, as he pulled on his shoes. Anna managed not to ask about it until they were in the car and on their way to the small downtown area not far from Elk Lodge. What are we shopping for? Christmas gifts, obviously. Obviously. What more could anyone want other than a batch of homemade cookies? At first, he thought she was making fun, but she took his hand, and the world fell back into place. What do you have in mind? He pulled up into a parking spot in front of a jewelry store and got out. I don't know. I'm hoping you can help me. She put a hand to her chest, pretending to be honored. Or maybe she was honored. It didn't seem to matter when her other hand was still firmly locked together with his. The town was decorated with strings of lights, and the light posts all had giant wreaths on them, and Anna took in a deep breath. Is it me? Or does it smell like fresh gingerbread here? She asked. That's the bakery. He pointed to a location just down the street. Anna's shoulders shook. This is just so Christmas. I love it. They went into the jewelry store, a hybrid place with a little boutique on the side. Soft Christmas carols played as they looked in all the cases. Gabe stopped by a collection of jeweled watches, and Anna slowly let go of his hand, leaving him to browse the boutique. He'd just settled on the watch in the center, one with rubies and diamonds surrounding the face, when he felt her presence at his side. I found something. So did I. This watch. He held it out to show Anna. It's gorgeous. A beat of time passed. But given her condition, I think she might like something soft and more functional. Anna took his hand and led him to a beautiful display of colorful shawls. They felt like water moving through his fingers. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen his grandmother in anything this vibrant, but they were so soft. I think you're right, he murmured, choosing one that looked like spring flowers in the evening. The colors were bright and burnished, the way they looked in the sunset from his grandmother's favorite spot on the property. How did you choose the perfect thing? She put her arm through his and leaned in. Good instincts, I guess. He breathed in the shampoo and hairspray scent of her, and not for the first time, he wanted to kiss her right here in front of everyone. And not just any kiss. A long, deep, lingering kiss, so that he could imprint the feeling on his memory. Anna, shopping with him for his family. He might not be an optimal fit for the Elkin crew, but he fit with Anna like a puzzle piece. Gabe shook off the urge to do something crazy, like propose to her in the jewelry store. He handed the shawl to the clerk, and Anna moved to look at the window display. The snow had started to fall, little flakes glittering in the sun, a beautiful backdrop for a beautiful woman. Although even cold and her teeth chattering, she drew him irresistibly. A quiet conversation with the shop owner saw his gifts wrapped up and put into a small silver bag. Let's walk. Anna slipped her arm through his at the door. It's so beautiful here. Anything for you, he smiled. Anna laughed, but he meant every word. They strolled down the street, taking in all the shop windows with their wrapped gifts and colorful lights. Stopping to do some additional shopping so he could buy presents for his brothers, Tana and Lindsay. In a small courtyard, kids met with Santa Claus for pictures, their laughter high and excited. He felt an answering thrill in his chest. Gabe had long since stopped being excited about the holiday like a child would be, but the memories came hard and fast at times like this. His mother's arms wrapped around him by the Christmas tree. His father leaned over to kiss her cheek. Gabe cleared his throat, and they moved on. They stopped at a food cart selling hot chocolate, and ended up at the massive Christmas tree in the center of town. It had been decorated with ornaments made by children. I just love this. Look at that one. It's all glitter. Anna's enormous grin was heartfelt. The paper plate had indeed been covered in glitter. That one's eye-catching, but I think this one's underrated. Gabe pointed out a paper plate ornament that had a single smiley face drawn in the center in a shaky hand. Somebody worked hard on that. They did, she murmured. Very hard. It turned out perfect. A minute later, her teeth started their telltale chatter. Anna was a long way from getting acclimated to the cold mountain temperatures. He pulled her into his arms. Why didn't you tell me you were getting chilled? He kissed her cheek, the smooth skin chilly against his face. I'm a desert girl, she laughed. I'll always be cold in the wintertime. Luckily, there's a whole ski lodge to keep me warm. Gabe bundled her back to the car and turned up the heat. Most of the ski lodge is colder than you're used to, he said sagely. But there's one place that'll always be hot. Anna grinned, knowing exactly what he meant. She rubbed her arms on the way in. I know you have the heat blasting, but somehow I'm still chilled. Arriving back at the lodge, they made their way to the elevator and headed for his suite. Not for long. Once inside, Gabe went into the sparkling bathroom and started the water to draw a bath in the jacuzzi tub. He looked at the basket filled with bath bombs, trying to figure out which one she might like. He grabbed a raspberry relaxation and tossed it in. Oh, that looks good. Water filled the tub quickly, and before he knew it, Anna had shrugged off her clothes. His heart stopped, then stuttered to a start again. You look good. Anna threw him a coy look. Don't I know it? She flipped her hair, confident and a little sassy, but her face flushed nonetheless. He watched as she put one foot into the jacuzzi, then the other. Taken in by her curves, he thought he might need a cold shower instead. Anna pulled her hair up, tying it off with whatever she'd grabbed from the counter before sinking down into the water with a moan that he felt down to his toes. She opened one eye. Are you coming in? Only if you want me to. It was a risk, and his heart thudded with a kind of painful anticipation. Anna might not want him to. After all, they'd slept together. It was just that this would be more intimate. Like relationship intimate. I do, she said softly. Sweet relief. There's only one thing I need to do first. He went back to the table in the entryway where he'd put the silver bag from the shop and lifted out a jewelry box. He'd meant to wait until Christmas, but everything in him said to give it to her now. Gabe hesitated. She was in the tub, hands already wet, so he took the gift from the box and held it in his palm. The watch was thin and delicate, with diamonds and sapphires, and it wouldn't weigh anything on her wrist. The moment he saw it, he'd known he wanted it for Anna. Back in the bathroom, he perched on the edge of the wide tub. Anna leaned her head back against the rim, lips slightly parted, but when she sensed him there, she opened her dark eyes and smiled at him. Another arrow of desire shot through him. He was beginning to think that with Anna, it would never stop. And now Gabe felt slightly shy in a way he never did at his office, and never had in all his meetings with her. The professional wall between them had come down over the last few days. Her eyes searched his. What is it? I wanted to give you something. He opened his palm, the jewels winking in the low bathroom lights. It's a thank you for everything you've done, and everything you're still doing. She sat up with a slosh of water against the side, her eyes wide. Gabe, that's too much. Anna blinked as if she wasn't sure the watch would still be there when she opened her eyes. She lifted her fingertips and brushed them gently over the watch face. I can't. You can, he said, but that sounded almost too harsh, too demanding. I want you to have it. Please. Her eyes met his again, and a tentative smile played over her lips. You're very sneaky. You know that? I do. He laughed, and he saw the echo of that laughter in her grin. I mean it, though. All this would have been impossible without you. The tiniest frown crossed her expression. I'm a little worried that might go down the drain. Gabe bent down and kissed her. I'll put it back in its box for when we get out. He started to shed his clothes, enjoying Anna's eyes on him as they followed his every move. He slid into the hot water, letting the heat relax his muscles. Their legs fit neatly together, and Gabe closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the slip and slide of her skin against his. The water moved against his chest, and then her hands met his pecs. Anna worked her way onto his lap and put her head on his shoulder. Gabe wrapped his arms around her and held her close. He felt the rise and fall of her chest as she took each breath and could feel the damp heat of her skin. He'd never seen Anna hide from anything, not a meeting or client or tough project, but she seemed like she needed a refuge in the silence of the moment, something he would give her. Anna had loved the watch. That much was evident from the light in her eyes. But something wasn't right. He opened his mouth to ask her about it, then closed it again. There would be time to talk about it later. For now, there was only the gentle weight of her in his arms and the startling intimacy of breathing together. Breath after breath in the warm water as the bubbles rose to cover them in a blanket of relaxation. Chapter 11. Gabe. Gabe could have stayed in the jacuzzi forever. Unfortunately, their fingers and toes eventually wrinkled, and Anna lifted herself out of his lap and climbed out of the tub. He dressed, feeling calm and loose, with only the slightest worry prickling at the back of his mind. Was the watch too much? Anna came out of the bathroom, just as he was pulling on his shoes. Heading out? I need to talk to Jonas, and the best place is probably his office. But then again, maybe he should stay and not have a conversation with his brother. Although sitting at the dinner table each night and hearing reports from his brothers on how his grandmother was doing wasn't the best option. Especially since they coded everything in polite language. He had to know the truth. Anna came over to him and bent down to brush a kiss against his lips. Wait a minute before you leave. She left the room and returned seconds later with the jewelry box, lifting the watch from the velvet lining. Before you go, could you help me put this on? They'd been naked in the tub minutes ago, but somehow it seemed just as intimate to touch the delicate bones of her wrist and to close the intricate clasp of the watch bracelet. Anna admired it in the light, turning it this way and that, and walked him to the door. I'll be around, she said, her smile verging on the shy side. Obviously, he laughed. I'll find you in a bit. It felt strange, walking away without telling her something, but he couldn't say I love you. That would be way over the top, and not strictly true. Or maybe it was strictly true, and he'd fallen for her. That would explain the tug in his chest when he left her in the suite, instead of holding her hand as the two of them went to Jonas's office. Like a couple. Get it together. Gabe couldn't lose himself in his feelings now, not during this conversation. Jonas's door was open. Gabe entered, finding his brother sitting at his desk, furiously typing on his keyboard. Jonas glanced up, but kept typing. 1 second. The stream of tapping tapered off a minute later, and Jonas met his gaze. Gabe dropped into a chair across from his brother's desk. What's up? Jonas asked, leveling a frown at him. We need to talk about Gran. His brother let out a breath and rubbed at his forehead. It was a good thing they were able to start the treatments early on, but she's tired. A sheen of tears appeared over his eyes, but he blinked them away. Not that she wants anyone to know it. She'd made the announcement at Thanksgiving about her cancer, and Gabe had missed it. If he thought about it too long, it ate at him, sticking in his thoughts and keeping him up at night. He knew she would never get into details like this, even with everyone gathered around for the holidays. Especially with everyone gathered around for the holidays. It wasn't done in the Elkin family. Gabe's heart pounded. When his parents had died, he'd spent months on edge, wondering when the next shoe would drop. It had been years, but it still felt like this was what he'd been waiting for. It didn't make him worry any less. It didn't make it any less awful. No, Gabe agreed. He'd had questions for Jonas, things he wanted to talk about, but now the words dissolved on his tongue. He searched them out by sheer force of will. Do you think she'll beat the odds? It sounded so strange coming from his mouth. Beating the odds was a cliché, but the thoughts that dogged Gabe were starker than that. He couldn't bring himself to say them to his brother. I don't know. The odds, well, grandmother might not have long, no matter the treatment. It's impossible to say. If she knows differently, she hasn't told me. Jonas shrugged. What I do know is that you made her happy with the engagement. She mentioned the wedding to me yesterday, hoping you'd have it here. You know, before anything happens to her. Are you planning to have it here? Guilt swam up and threatened to choke him, but Gabe swallowed it down. We haven't discussed it yet. His brother arched an eyebrow. Seriously? The engagement happened fast. Jonas let out a short laugh. I would have thought you two had the whole thing planned out. She's great for you. His brother seemed to have had a change of heart about Anna. He couldn't meet his brother's eyes, his gaze settling on a silver Christmas tree at the corner of the desk, which was in stark contrast to his brother's typical austere decor. Anna was great for him. They complemented each other. And with every day that passed, he was more and more interested in her. Truly interested. Elk Lodge could be good for you too, for both of you. Gabe snapped his gaze back to Jonas's. What? Yes, you're a brilliant developer, and every app you've produced has been hugely successful. But Gabe, it's not as if you have to earn a living. Have you given any thought to your family legacy? You could be doing so much here at the resort. Shock caught up with Gabe in a rush of blood to his head and a thundering heart. Nothing would make grandmother happier than to have all of us here, taking over the resort together, making it bigger and better. You've at least thought about it, haven't you? Anna seems to love it here. The two of you could be happy. Jonas. He could not move back here. It's a good suggestion. You're asking me to give up my entire career to move back and help at the resort. He'd brought home the perfect fiancée. Everyone in his family loved her. His grandmother was delighted that he'd found someone. Why couldn't that be enough? When would what he did ever be enough? Gabe clenched his jaw and then forced himself to relax. One deep breath after another. I'm sorry. He sounded clipped and short, but it was the best he could do. That's not on the table. Gabe got up from his seat and left, the conversation unfinished and seeming to follow him out the door. The weight of each moment pressed down on him like a massive boulder, hovering there and crushing him slowly with each moment that passed. Yes, his grandmother had gotten terrible news and a prognosis that didn't seem promising. But moving back to Elk Lodge wouldn't save her. The problem was, if he returned, he might not leave again. He'd created a life for himself that was his and his alone. He felt raw from his skin to his core, and halfway to his grandmother's suite, he realized where he was going, his old room. He knocked on the door and went in without waiting for a response, finding it unlocked the way it always was when they were in town. Gran? No answer. Gabe moved down the hall into the quiet of the space, peeking into the master bedroom. His grandmother slept peacefully, shoulders rising and falling under her blanket. Good for her. His room was down the hall from hers, and the door opened soundlessly under his hand like the hinges had been freshly oiled. Like his brother's rooms, she'd left them all pretty much as they were when they lived there. A queen-size bed in the center. Low bookshelves brimming with comic books. anime posters on the walls. Gabe's room wasn't like his brother's. They both had ski trophies, although Chase outnumbered Jonas at least 10-1, and that was before he'd started competing professionally. People were always surprised when they heard that Gabe didn't have any, and the inevitable question would come up. How could an Elkin not be an incredible skier? Jonas's proposal was untenable in every possible way. There was nothing for him here. Nothing permanent, anyway. He would always be looking for a place where he belonged. He wouldn't ever belong here because his family was complete without him. They belonged here at Elk Lodge while Gabe felt like a visitor. "You'll belong here if Anna stays," a voice whispered at the back of his mind. But Anna wasn't going to stay. She was only here because he was here, and when he left, so would she. The thought of her leaving gave him a pang of sadness. Impossible. He couldn't be sad about it. The quiet of the room pressed in on him. He wanted to be back in his own place, and he wanted to fit here. Such a bizarre contradiction. The person who would make everything seem less fraught would be waiting for him in the suite. So he left as quietly as he'd come. Anna. The first thing he wanted to do was kiss her. And then he would pull her in close and breathe in the sweetness of her hair and feel the sensuous curves of her body beneath his palms. There would be no more ringing silence, because she would make those little noises she always made in the back of her throat. It would be delicious. He pushed open the door to their suite only to discover she was gone. Disappointment punched him in the chest. Gabe rubbed absently at his ribs, trying to dispel an ache that he didn't want to feel. Anna didn't have to be at his side every second for the full duration of their time here. That wasn't the deal they had. A note waited for him on the narrow kitchen counter where they'd spent so much time baking cookies. "Gabe, Chase, and Tana invited me to take a ski lesson. I've only been once, and it was a long time ago, so I'll probably make a fool of myself. See you in a bit. Anna." He threw the note down on the counter, smoothed it out with his hands, and read it again. Chase and Tana. Of course, they liked Anna, and Elk Lodge was a luxury ski resort. It would only be right for them to invite her to a lesson. What was wrong with him? Gabe went to the window and looked out at the slopes, trying to pick out her slender form. Not spotting her, he had to shove down the urge to run out after her and bring her back. He'd come here to tell her everything and ask for her support, but clearly that wasn't going to happen. He shook it off, stepping away from the view. Gabe had always been able to find something to do. He'd never needed another person the way he needed Anna now. In fact, he couldn't keep needing her this way. It was entirely outside the bounds of what they'd agreed to, and no matter how many times she kissed him back, there was no guarantee that she might reciprocate his feelings. Maybe it will be okay. The thought came paired with an image of Anna sitting close to him on the sofa, cuddled into his side. If she listened to what he had to say, and if she told him it would all be okay, if she laughed, then maybe it would be.
Chapter 12. Anna. Anna had told a small fib in her note to Gabe. She'd been to a ski hill once, but hadn't done more than a couple of runs. Her parents had fought and cut the visit short, never mind that they'd driven up into the mountains just for the experience. And wow, had things changed since she was a kid. Her knees felt wobbly and her butt burned after a single trip down the bunny slope. "You're doing great," Tana called out as she made an excruciatingly slow snowplow move to stay close to Anna. They'd gone down again and again, and Anna noticed it was getting smoother on the descent, even if it was slow. It wasn't enough to keep up with everybody else on the slope. Tiny kids whizzed by on either side of her, Tana cheering them on by name. More than a few of the children had jingle bells clipped to the zippers of their jackets, identifying the students so the ski staff would be there to offer extra cheer on the slopes. The perfection of the scene in front of her made her want to shrink into her ski coat and disappear. Not because she thought Tana shouldn't cheer for them. She should. She was a great teacher, and the cheerleading was part of it. Anna simply couldn't fathom a childhood where she'd have had regular vacations like this, with enough ski lessons to be incredibly good at it. It embarrassed her. If she and Gabe stayed together, which they wouldn't, she might be able to find that kind of time. She would have the ease of all the skiers. Eventually, people wouldn't be able to tell her apart from the rest of the family, or the guests. That was the dream, wasn't it? It hadn't been when they'd taken off from Vegas, but now that she was in the middle of it, it was tantalizing. A sense of belonging and home that was very different from her childhood. It was like movie theater popcorn. She never thought about the wildly expensive treat until she was standing in line to buy a ticket. Then she found it nearly irresistible. Unlike the popcorn, obviously, she couldn't buy a little taste of being Gabe's wife. This was it. This was the taste. And it was all she would ever get. Chase came down and cut by on the left, moving down the bunny slope in a slow, broad curve. "Head up, Elkin," Tana hollered, causing him to throw back his head and laugh. Ace Elkin. She still couldn't believe that he was Gabe's younger brother and that she was spending time with him. She'd thought again about telling Elena about it, but every time she reached for her phone, she stopped. She wasn't in the mood to listen to her friend's disappointment in her. Anna's thoughts became darker as she wondered if she would always be someone on the other side of the window, looking in instead of being a part of the happy family inside. "What's on your mind?" Tana asked. She'd turned her full attention back to Anna and slowed down even more to match her speed. "You look distracted." If anyone understood, it might be Tana. She and Chase were newly a couple. Maybe she could provide some perspective. "They had a good childhood, didn't they?" "The Elkin brothers," she clarified, nodding her head in Chase's direction. "He looks happy." Tana smiled. "He looks happy now, but there was a long while where happiness was in short supply and he never thought he'd ski again. In fact, he's only been skiing for a few days and only on the bunny slope." "But he's skiing now." Anna watched him make a wide arc. "He is, and he's already set goals to work his way up to some of the more difficult slopes, but he's trying to be realistic even if he is eager to get back on the Black Diamond slopes." Tana waved at a little girl who skied by while shouting her name and cheering her on. The guys had a rough childhood. Losing both parents is a blow even if you're wealthy, but they all managed to compensate for that loss in their own way, and Elin and her husband worked hard to give them the best childhood they could have. She gave Anna a sheepish grin. "I shouldn't be speaking for the guys, but I've never heard Chase complain about his younger years." "Their grandmother loves them," Anna said softly. No matter how high her standards were, she could see that love in Elin's eyes whenever she looked at her grandsons. "She does." Tana sounded a little choked up, but when she spoke again, it was in her regular voice. "You know, I think their grandparents tried to make up for the loss of their parents by being close. Strict, though. They had high standards," Tana conceded, "but there was a lot of love, too. There still is. It's what matters here." Tana's words were a blow to her heart. Love was not what had mattered when she was growing up, and as for high standards, that was a fat zero. Her past was rife with poverty and criminal activity. Anna had worked hard to leave the stigma of that behind, but she still felt like it clung to her no matter where she went. It would mean that she was always the odd one out at a place like Elk Lodge, and maybe everywhere, if her ex had been any indication of her place in the world. Anna came to a stop at the bottom of the hill, cheeks burning. "Are you calling it quits?" Tana asked, coming to a stop next to her, a wide smile on her face. "You did an awesome job. First lesson, too." "It was wonderful," Anna smiled back. "I just need a few minutes to warm up inside the lodge." Tana offered to take her skis back to the rental building. Anna unclipped them and handed them to her, more than ready for a break. "They'll be waiting for you at the rental building if you want to come out again," Tana said with a wink as she folded them under her arm. "Anytime, okay?" "Perfect." Anna clomped inside the building, her ski boots making it awkward. They were so heavy when she wasn't actually in skis, dragging her down again and again. But she relished the struggle of picking up her feet every time. Her life had been like that once. She had fought for every step. Now all she had to do was take off these boots, if she wanted. She was strong enough to make it back to the room. It was good, in a way, because she had to walk slower and process her feelings about the ski hill conversation. Anna would never fit in at Elk Lodge. That was true, but that didn't mean she had to feel bad about it. She could still hold her head up high. "Lift your chin, lovely." She did. Back in the suite, she found Gabe sitting on the sofa, one hand along the back. He'd gone completely still, but the air around him crackled with unreleased energy. It sent a shiver over her skin. He wasn't in a good mood. Anna couldn't describe how she knew, except that they'd worked closely together for weeks. It was the way he sat, she decided. It telegraphed everything. Gabe turned his head to the side as she worked her ski boots off her feet and lined them up on the floor. "I'm glad you're back from your lesson," he said, sounding flat. The tone didn't surprise her. She'd heard this one too, and it was the tone he used when he was trying to hide his irritation. Better to get it out in the open now. The meeting. It had to do with the meeting. He'd been fine when they got out of the tub, and now he wasn't. "How was your meeting with Jonas?" Anna patted through the room and fell into the spot on the sofa next to him. She didn't miss the way he inched closer, or the way his shoulders dropped a little. Gabe still wore an expression that was somewhere between anger and resignation. Anna followed his gaze out toward the slopes and traced the path of a figure in a purple coat coming down in a series of lazy curves. It looked good. She probably hadn't looked that good, but at least she'd tried. "My brother has other ideas about what I should be doing with my life." Anna blinked. Jonas seemed like the type to have lots of thoughts about what other people should do, but it had clearly gotten Gabe's goat at this meeting. For a horrible moment, she thought Jonas might be talking about her. Maybe he'd discovered the truth about the two of them. That would be bad. That was not something she wanted for Elin or Gabe. Any of them. "Really?" Her tongue felt dry. "He wanted you to, to do something else?" She should be straightforward. "Is this about me?" But it felt wrong to ask. Selfish. "Yes. Jonas's expectations are as high as they ever were in my family, and now," he let out a huff. "I thought if I showed them I was happy, they would realize that I'm in a good place and stop judging me for the choices I've made. Clearly, that's not going to happen. I'm still a disappointment." Anna reached out and took his hand, and he squeezed tight. It kept her grounded, though the rest of her seemed unsettled, unmoored. "I don't think that's true," she finally managed. "Chase looks up to you. He spent a good chunk of our lesson talking about how smart you are." She rolled her eyes. "You're not the outsider. You just have a different outlook on life. They want to be here at the lodge, and you want something else. It doesn't mean your family thinks less of you." He stiffened, cutting a glance at her out of the corner of his eye. "How can you be sure of that? You don't really even know my family." That hurt. It was true, yeah, but that was probably why it hurt so much. "My career has never been good enough because it's not here. My girlfriends have never measured up to my grandmother's high standards." Gabe stared straight ahead, and Anna's heart threatened to break for him. The comment stung because it lumped her in with all the other girlfriends Gabe had brought here. How could Anna ever begin to fit in here? She could barely ski, and she definitely couldn't pretend to be from a wealthy, stable family. Okay, she could pretend that, but eventually the truth would come out. Or maybe it wouldn't, because they wouldn't be together. They would return home and go back to being business associates. After they left Elk Lodge, he'd have no further use for her, and all she would have is happy memories of a family she didn't belong to and a whole bunch of pictures. The trick was to stay focused. What she would do was work extra hard to win the family over tonight. It wouldn't be the first time she'd felt like a complete imposter while doing a job, but no matter what she felt, she'd do the job to the best of her ability, beyond the best of her ability. That was how she'd positioned herself for this moment, hadn't she? Anna took a deep breath and reached for Gabe. She held him close and kissed his cheek. He laughed. "What's that for?" "I know what I know," she told him. "You're good enough for your family. More than good enough. If you want to do something different, then that's up to you." His muscular shoulders felt good in her arms. "But in the meantime, you know what we're going to do?" "What?" "Be the best engaged couple at this resort." Gabe's hand came up, and he stroked the side of her face, his eyes finally landing on hers. They flicked down over her lips and lingered there. How should we do that? Oh, I'm not sure, she said primly. Do you think we should practice first? Do some exercises to get closer together before our next public appearance? He made a low noise in the back of his throat. I can think of a few exercises for that. His blue eyes warmed. I have to warn you, though, they involve significantly less clothing. Try me, she said, all too happy when he took her up on the offer.
Chapter 13. Gabe. When they climbed out of bed an hour later, Gabe felt closer to Anna, much closer. It still stung, the way she'd brushed over his worry about not belonging with his family, but it stung a lot less. He'd take that for now. They stepped into the shower together, and he tried to put his heart back inside his body as he ran the washcloth over her curves, circling her breasts and tickling her hips. She leaned back against him, her head on his chest. No more, she said, or I'll be too tired to go to dinner with you. With me, Jonas and Chase, he said, clearly not entirely over her earlier defection to his family's way of thinking. She stiffened. She hadn't been prepared for this extra performance. I didn't know we were going to dinner with them tonight. He worked the shampoo through her hair and helped rinse it out again. Well, that's what we're here for, family dinners. Gabe turned her to face him, but her dark eyes slipped away from his. He put a finger under her chin and tilted her face toward his. You've been amazing at the dinners. What's wrong? It's nothing. She smiled, the nervousness disappearing from her face, but not her body. Her shoulders remained tense as she dried her hair and put on her makeup. If she didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't press. Not when they were about to walk out the door. The hotel's restaurant was on the opposite side of the building, a 5-star affair with low lighting and white tablecloths. Is your grandmother going to eat with us tonight? Anna murmured as they breezed by the hostess. Number Jonas sent a message saying she was still too tired. Her cancer treatments take a lot out of her. Gabe squeezed her hand. I thought you had a good time with Chase and Tana today. Of course, she said, as if she was trying to convince herself too. It was a great lesson, and they're good teachers. Then, it was too late to finish the question, so he stopped himself. They had come to the round table where Tana, Chase, and Jonas were waiting. Jonas and Chase stood up to shake hands with him. It was all very formal. Tana came around to embrace Anna, and then they all took their seats. Lindsay's at a friend's house, Tana said, explaining her absence. Now that the lovebirds are here, we can order, Chase said, shooting Anna a wink. She laughed, the sound too loud and bright for the moment, and an intense awkwardness flooded over Gabe. What are you going to have, Jonas? Steak, his brother's answer came without a second's hesitation. It's my favorite thing on the menu. You don't want to broaden your horizons. Chase needled him. Anna did. She's basically never been skiing before, and she spent a good 2 hours on the slopes today. Will I lose all my credibility if I also order steak? Anna asked, her smile too full. Almost forced. Chase and Jonas chuckled, seeming not to notice. Because it sounds good after all that exercise. She glanced at Gabe as she said it, her cheeks going pink, and for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what she was trying to do. Could his brothers tell? That was the key at this moment. Tana said something about roast chicken, and the rest of them chattered about it until the server came back and took their orders. Now that that's done, Chase said, folding his hands on the table. What do you two have in mind for the wedding? Because I have some ideas. This earned him a look from Tana. You have ideas? About weddings? Yeah, Chase grinned. But I want to hear what the plans are first, before I jump in with suggestions. Oh, Anna glanced at Gabe. We haven't had time to talk about plans for the big event yet, what with the holidays and wanting to be here for Elin. What's your dream wedding? Tana asked, reaching for a roll in the basket at the center of the table. Those rolls were one of Gabe's favorite things in the restaurant, but he didn't want one now. Something had gone horribly wrong, and the direction the conversation was headed left him reeling. He should get up and make some excuse. But then his brothers would know something was wrong, and their questions would only intensify. "I always thought I'd like a summer wedding," Tana mused, stealing a glance at Chase. "But winter weddings can be beautiful too, all those warm wraps. I can't see us getting married before the summer. Right, Gabe?" Anna's gaze landed on him, looking for confirmation, her eyes wide with panic. Gabe grabbed her hand. They hadn't come up with a fake wedding plan, but the conversation shouldn't send her into a tailspin. Unless there was something else about wedding planning that he was missing completely. That's right, not before summer at the earliest. The server stepped in with their salad course. He'd never seen Anna look so relieved. She seemed to be intently focused on dressing her salad, and he was grateful for the lull in conversation while everyone else did the same. Except for Jonas, who didn't like dressing. "What about your family, Anna?" Jonas asked. Anna's eyes snapped back up to meet Jonas's, her fork freezing in midair over her salad. The smile flickered away from her face and then reappeared seconds later. But Gabe noticed the slip. "What about them? I don't think we've really had the chance to get to know you." Jonas popped a cherry tomato into his mouth. "All of our gatherings have been pretty Elkin-focused. Where does your family come from?" "Las Vegas, born and raised." Anna shrugged with a light laugh. "It's not a very interesting story." Gabe worried about her response. Everything Anna did took the form of an interesting story, even when it wasn't. That was why she was so good at her job, why she could make an inspiring narrative out of just about anything and get people to want to buy whatever she was selling. Gabe knew she'd had an unhappy childhood and that her parents didn't get along. But the way she was hedging, was there more? What was she hiding? Suddenly, all he could think about were the ways she shifted away from questions about who her parents were, or changed the subject. Jonas nodded slowly, suspicion creeping into his eyes. "So, you grew up in Vegas then? That sounds exciting." "We lived in the eastern portion, in the suburbs," Anna said. "But honestly, I don't like to talk about my childhood. It was an uncomfortable time." Chase straightened up in his seat, looking down at his salad, and Tana's expression shifted toward sympathy. "What's important," she continued brightly, "is that I've managed to make it on my own, and I'm happy where I am now. Very happy." Anna looked back at her salad and stabbed at a piece of lettuce with her fork. Gabe could see that Jonas wanted to ask more questions. He could see it in the intense look on his brother's face. "You'll be the first to know when we've decided about the wedding," he said pointedly, ending the conversation. The brothers let it drop, talking about attendance on the slopes until the main course came. But Anna didn't relax. She spoke up every so often, usually to agree with Tana or ask Chase about his PT. Tension wound its way up the back of Gabe's neck until it was too tight to bear. When the server came to clear away the dinner plates, he took Anna's hand and brushed a kiss across her knuckles. "I think we're going to head out," he announced to everyone else at the table. Anna put on one more smile, and the two of them left. It wasn't until they got off the elevator at their floor that her shoulders sagged. She leaned against him, trembling a little. "I'm sorry," he said. "Jonas doesn't know when to stop sometimes. I think he missed the class on sensitivity." "I don't understand why he's so determined to find out more," she said through gritted teeth. Her arm went around his waist, and she held tight while he opened the door and entered their suite. Anna brushed past him to push the door shut and slam the locks into place. "My family has nothing to do with the wedding, or with me, and he's just trying to look out for me. My family doesn't love that I don't live here, where they can keep an eye on everything I'm doing. The fact that I split my time between Silicon Valley and Vegas and have two homes is an absolute waste of money as far as they're concerned." She rolled her eyes. So which is worse for them? He shrugged. Both are equally as bad since neither of them are in Colorado. I know their concern is out of love. I know it is. It irritated him too, all the questions. Anna clearly hadn't wanted to talk about it, and Jonas had pressed on anyway. That doesn't excuse the way he kept pressing for answers. She let out a breath, some of the color receding from her face. I get it. It's nice you have someone who cares one way or the other. Her gaze flicked down to the floor, and the corner of her mouth turned down. This time, he reached up to brush his thumb over that hint of a frown. Anna met his eyes again, and he was struck by the depth he found there, and the warmth, even when she was sad. Tell me what's happening with you, he coaxed. You've been tense since you knew about this dinner with my brothers. Did something happen out on the ski hill? No, she said quickly. No, I found out more about how it was for you guys, growing up. It wasn't anything like my childhood, and I felt like a puzzle piece that had fallen into the wrong box, like I would never fit in here, even if I tried. And I know it doesn't matter, but I guess it does matter. To me. She bit her lip, and a rush of affection as clean and pure as mountain water hit him. She had the same worry he did. But how? Anna was the perfect woman. She'd been successful in everything she'd worked for, and all she needed now was a bit of an investment on his part to be an enormous success. He swallowed, taking his face in her hands. If he asked this next question, it would change things between them. Gabe knew it would. But she danced around this issue for so long, and it seemed to be at the heart of all her worries. I know you don't want to talk about your family, at least not with my brothers, and I understand that. But I feel like there's more you're not telling me. You don't want to know. I promise you don't. I do. Gabe looked her square in the eye as he said it. I want to know everything about you. I want to kiss you too. But you don't have to tell me if it's something you'd rather keep to yourself. I'm only saying, this was not the kind of conversation Gabe was used to having, but he wasn't going to give up on this now. Anna was worth it. I'm only saying that I'm here, and I'd like to know because I care about you. That is if you're willing to tell me.
Chapter 14. Anna. Anna knew it would be so easy to give in to Gabe. With his hands on her face and his stormy eyes locked on hers, she wanted nothing more than to tell him everything, every last, awful detail. She'd barely scratched the surface when she'd told him that her parents hated each other. But she didn't come to Elk Lodge to unburden herself about her past, and tension between them was the last thing she wanted. Tiredness pressed down on her shoulders, a bone-weary feeling that had dogged her for years. It was easier to give him the edited version of the past than to convince him that he didn't need to know. Because he did need to know. Anna's stomach churned as though she was standing at the edge of a high cliff, waiting to fall, knowing it was inevitable. If she was going to live with the way she felt about him, then he deserved to know more. Better now than later when her past could only do more damage. My parents went through a bitter divorce when I was young, she said, finding it the easiest way to begin. They'd divorced because it was the first time her father had been in prison for longer than a year. The information rose to the tip of her tongue, but just as quickly died away. It was one fact that didn't come under the share category. I had to take care of myself because my mother was working non-stop to provide for us, and my older brother was always busy. She could still remember the step stool in the kitchen that she would pull up to the stove to cook macaroni and cheese before she grew tall enough to do it unaided. The extra food from school had come home in a plastic bag that was painfully obvious. All those packages of oatmeal and granola bars and things to tide her over through the weekend. Anna had tried her best to stuff the food deep into her backpack so nobody else would see, but those telltale bags were handed out in the lunchroom. There was no hiding it. And her mother hadn't just been working. She'd been bringing lots of different men home. Those men would stay the night, leaving early without being quiet. I was on my own a lot. Gabe studied her, compassion in his eyes. It wasn't pity, no, she'd seen plenty of that. It was empathy. But how long would that last? Gabe would never really understand what it had been like to grow up the way she had. He would never know what it was like to watch her older brother follow in their father's footsteps with one stint after another in prison. All those facts simmered beneath the surface, never far away, but she couldn't let them free. Not to Gabe, not to anyone. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "You shouldn't have had to be alone." Hearing that from him made her feel painfully vulnerable, like he could see inside her mind to all her roiling thoughts. Letting people in like that was a recipe for disaster. Anna straightened, hooking her hands around his wrists and feeling the warmth of his skin through her palms. "But and I made it through. I finished high school without their support, put myself through college, and none of my family showed up for graduation. For either of them. Not that I expected them to. I've been on my own a long time and prefer it that way." Gabe closed his eyes as if she'd told him something too awful to bear. It had merely been her life. There were other things she could imagine that were worse, and she'd done what she had to do to survive. "And Jonas wouldn't stop bothering you about them," he said, his voice pained. "I'm sorry about that." His eyes met hers again, and she wanted to fall into his gaze. Fall into that simmering blue heat and roll herself up in it until there was nothing except Gabe. "It's all right." "It's not all right, but it's nothing to be ashamed of either." His brow furrowed. "Was there anything else that happened?" "My father's a criminal," she wanted to say. Gabe had accepted everything else she'd told him, but that was the worst thing. It could be the tipping point between seeing her as a person and seeing her as a charity case, someone to help for the sake of helping. Or worse, he could judge her unworthy to be around his family. "There was more with my ex-boyfriend, Freddie." She bit her lip. "I'd thought he was going to propose to me before I'd realized that I was some sort of guilty secret. Or indulgence. When I'd asked him why he never invited me out to LA, he laughed. The realization that I meant nothing to him hit me hard. It's made me wary of relationships." "But you know that," she said quickly. "We don't have to have this conversation, you know. We could keep things simple." Anna slid her hands down the front of his shirt. "Simple, like it was earlier." He caught her wrists in his hands. "When you're this on edge?" "I don't think so. By the way, he was wrong." "Was he?" "Yes." Anna allowed herself a tiny grin. "Exercise is a good stress reliever." A smile broke over Gabe's face, so handsome she wanted a painting of it. "I have another idea." He took her hand, led her to the sofa, guided her to a seat in the middle, and sat next to her. "Do you like it hard or soft?" She burst out laughing. "What are you talking about?" His hands on her shoulders should have answered the question. "A massage, silly." His voice lit up something sensuous inside of her, but Gabe was serious. His hands kneaded her shoulders. "Medium," she allowed, sinking into his touch. "I like it medium." Gabe lingered over her shoulders, releasing the tension there, working down her back until she had to lie forward on the sofa. It was actually the first massage she'd ever had. Anna had never thought of massages as something available to her. Her mom certainly hadn't had the money for such a non-essential. And when Anna was out on her own and starting her career, the essentials were things like an apartment and professional work clothes, not massages. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. No one she'd ever been with had touched her like this. Not as a way to remove the tension from her muscles and help her relax, which, of course, had the side effect of sparking a new desire in her, low down where there had only been nerves and dread. Gabe had worked his way down to her calves and was gently kneading the muscles there. Anna couldn't stay on the sofa anymore. She pushed herself up and into his arms, sliding her palms over his shoulders and to the back of his neck. "Thank you," Anna whispered. Suddenly they were kissing. It happened so fast it was impossible to tell which one of them started it. She only knew that his lips were on hers, reassuring and possessive. She climbed into his lap, straddling him, letting him spread his hands out along her back. The dinner fell away. Elk Lodge fell away. The world fell away, and there were only their bodies pressed close together. He slowed the kiss, his hands running over her hair and her neck. "We don't have to," he said against her mouth. It made her feel fragile in a way that she hadn't ever allowed herself to feel. Not since childhood. Not for a long, long time. "I want to," she whispered back. He lifted her off the sofa and took her to the bedroom, where he lingered over the undressing process. Being with Gabe like this felt like coming home. All the air went out of her lungs and flooded back in with 100 times the oxygen, making everything seem bright and fresh. Gabe filled her in all the ways she needed. He drove out everything but him, and when he moved into a slow, patient rhythm, it was like being rocked by the ocean, inevitable and sexy and so much bigger than she was. Bigger than her past, bigger than the future. The moment surrounded her. This was the closest they'd ever been. She'd thought it had been earlier when they'd made the bed a tangle of sheets and shut the world out with pure physical frenzy. This was different. There was no looking away from Gabe, no feeling anything but him. And he saw her. Her. She wasn't sure how much longer it was when they lay back against the pillows and pulled up the blanket. Delicious tiredness enveloped her along with Gabe's arm. She could drift off right now if it weren't for one thought. Borrowed time. This moment with him, in bed, his warm, hard body next to hers, it was all on borrowed time. It was easy enough for him to say that Anna didn't have to be ashamed of her past and that Freddie had been wrong, but that didn't mean his family would ever agree. And Gabe seemed to dance along the edges of communication with them. He didn't want to let them in, just like she hadn't wanted to let him in on this either. "Stay with me," she wanted to say, breaking apart the agreement they'd made and putting it out there that she wanted more from him. But what would the outcome be? If he had the choice between a relationship with her and maintaining a relationship with his family, he might choose them. Gabe had admitted he didn't fit in and admitted he'd had to buck their pressure to start his own career, but the pull of family was strong. A man couldn't stand up to it forever. She wouldn't risk it now. Gabe's breathing evened out. Her muscles were so tired from skiing and pleasure still clung to her, making it difficult to stay awake. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a voice in her head reminded her that it was too late anyway. Chapter 15. Anna. The knock at the door of the suite the next morning startled Anna awake. She threw back the covers on instinct, but Gabe's arm was still around her, holding her close. She let out a little groan that was half excitement and half disappointment that someone wanted their attention. Anna blinked a few times. She couldn't answer the door naked, that was for sure. She rubbed a hand up and down Gabe's arm, coaxing him awake. Goosebumps rose on his skin at her touch. The knock sounded again. "There's somebody at the door," she whispered, feeling suddenly like they'd been caught doing something illicit. It was a thrill, in a way. Her heart raced, and adrenaline rushed in, making her breath come quickly. That was the fun kind of thrill. They were supposed to be doing this. Gabe's phone buzzed on the bedside table. Another knock. Gabe sat up next to her, his face red from the pillow where he slept. He made a small noise of protest as he registered her words. "Who's there?" "Your brother." Irritation flashed across his face, and then he was out of bed, grabbing for his pajama bottoms. Anna admired how they displayed his body to utter perfection, forgetting she needed to get dressed as well. She only started moving when Gabe pulled his shirt over his head and went for the door. Ooh, he looked good. Anna would much rather think about how good he looked than the fact that she hadn't been entirely honest with him last night. Everything she said was true, but she had left things out. That didn't matter now. Anna moved down the hall to listen. "What's going on?" "There's a storm," she heard Chase say, his voice muffled by the space between the bedroom and the door. "We're short-handed because some of our staff got stuck at home and we've got people who showed up right before the storm hit." "Okay." Gabe sounded confused and still sleepy. Anna slowed down the pace of getting dressed. Maybe he'd come back to bed. That would be the ideal situation. Gabe back in bed, and the rest of the world far away. She hadn't heard anything about a storm coming to the area either. How bad could it be? The booking system's also down, and nobody knows how to fix it. Except you. Okay, so they weren't going back to bed. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Just let us get dressed. Get dressed? What have you been doing in here? You weren't sleeping, were you? Gabe shut the door, cutting off Chase's joke. His footsteps came quickly back to the bedroom. Gabe's eyes were filled with a determined light when he came back into the room. It's all hands on deck downstairs. Jump in the shower, we've got to get ready. 20 minutes later, they descended into the lobby. Chase really undersold this, Anna said, taking Gabe's hand. I thought he meant a couple of families. There were at least 30 people in the lobby, all milling around at the front desk while the staff clicked at their computers. A general grumbling filled the space, none of the guests happy with the delay. The mood in the air was familiar to her, and not a welcome one. It was the mood of a group of people who were inconvenienced, and they were not going to be happy unless something was done. Right now. Jonas is up there, Gabe said, pointing out his brother at the reception desk. But he looks like he's in over his head. They made a beeline for the desk. If Anna knew anything about people with reservations and commitments, it was that the unhappiest of them would look for anyone to unload on. Jonas, she said, moving to stand next to him. Let me help. He looked at her, eyebrows raised, and it seemed as though he was on the verge of saying no. At that moment, the volume in the room rose a notch. Trust me. She put on her most professional, welcoming smile. I know what to do. Go ahead. Jonas ceded her some space, and Anna went out in front of the counter and waved her arms, aiming for silence. The guests quieted down, silence spreading like a ripple in a pond outward from her. Welcome to Elk Lodge, she began, keeping her smile in place, but an empathetic look in her eyes. At least, that's how she hoped she looked. We're so glad you arrived safely, despite the storm outside. Unfortunately, we're experiencing some technical difficulties that are making our check-in process frustrating. We have a person here to fix the system, and it should be up and running shortly. In the meantime, we'd like to invite you all to the hotel's restaurant for a complimentary breakfast. Where are we supposed to keep our things? Someone fretted from the front of the crowd. Anna waved one of the reception staff members forward. We'll watch over any luggage you'd like to leave here while you have some breakfast. It will be looked after the entire time you're eating until the last piece is picked up. If you'll all follow me, I'll lead the way. She held her breath but tried not to let it show. Then the first members of the crowd came toward her and the rest followed. Anna got everyone settled in the restaurant, which was open for breakfast, but not expecting a crowd of that size. She made quick friends with the hostess, and once everyone was seated, Anna went around to each table to speak with the guests personally. Yes, a very sudden storm, she repeated so many times she lost count. Completely unexpected glitches with the system. We're working hard on it right now. No, of course there won't be any problem with your reservation. By the time she'd made the rounds, it had been almost 45 minutes. She found Gabe and his brothers, along with Elin, in a large office behind the front desk. Gabe tapped quickly at a computer, windows popping up and closing again faster than she could keep track. Elin came up to her and took her hands. Thank you for your quick thinking, she said with a tired smile that squeezed at Anna's heart. I should have offered breakfast right away, but my nerves got the better of me. It was nothing, she assured the older woman. It's second nature to me. Elin's eyes glistened with tears. I'm so glad Gabe has someone like you. Another flicker of guilt. If Elin only knew. Gabe, she said louder. This woman is a walking miracle. I hope you know that. I do, Gabe said, stopping what he was doing for a moment to look up. Too bad the expression on his face didn't match his words. Anna went to his side and put a hand on his shoulder, feeling the engagement ring's weight on her finger. It felt heavy, but it was still fake. It didn't really mean anything, no matter how wonderful Elin thought she was. Is everything okay? The booking system is a mess. I don't know why Jonas didn't upgrade years ago. He let out a short breath. But it's no problem. You're the star of the show here. Great job with crowd control. If you keep it up, nobody will even remember this happened. You're the star of the show. Anna stood stock still. He was obviously frustrated. Why? Jealousy? Anna knew Gabe didn't need accolades from his family. Was he jealous of the way Ellen had accepted her just now, and for the way she'd found a place for herself when he thought he didn't have one? How could he still be hung up on this? They'd talked about it, and she'd agreed to be the best fiancée he could hope for. That meant impressing his family. That meant stepping in during an emergency like this one. "I'll stay out of your way," she said, trying not to let the pain echo in her voice. She started to move away, but he grabbed her hand in midair and pulled it to his lips, pressing a kiss against her skin. "I meant it," Gabe said, his voice low and urgent. "You're doing a great job." Some of her irritation dissolved. This was all becoming more complicated than she'd counted on. Anna leaned down and kissed him on the lips, which earned them a whistle from Chase. Jonas came over then, and she left to chat with Elin about the storm. "I knew there were bookings for the weekend, obviously, but I didn't think they'd all show up early to beat the storm." Elin shook her head. "I should know better after all these years." "It sounded like the storm took a surprise turn. Wasn't it supposed to hit south of us?" "That's what I thought." This was the kind of conversation that Anna craved, simple and without any hidden meanings. They were just discussing the weather. Was that what other families could count on? She could be totally sure it wouldn't turn into a commentary on her father's failings or a diatribe about the men her mother brought home or any of that. Longing hit hard. If she were really Gabe's fiancée, she could put up with the high standards and the little tiffs between brothers if it meant being part of this family. "Almost done, Gabe." Jonas brushed by, putting a hand on Anna's arm to step around her. "People will be done eating soon. We can't keep them waiting." "I am almost done," Gabe answered, not looking up from the screen. "But I wouldn't have had to do this if you used better software. All this could have been avoided. If you were working at the resort, you could have designed software specifically for us." "You couldn't afford me," Gabe shot back. Tana appeared at her side. "Let's leave them to it, don't you think?" Anna was about to say yes. The front desk staff would be able to run reservations in a few minutes. It would be nice to unwind with tea or coffee or any number of things, especially with her new friend. There were lots of options at Elk Lodge. A voice rang out in the lobby, angry and loud. It was a blustery tone that sent a twist of anxiety through Anna's gut. "Uh-oh," Tana said, shaking her head. Elin closed her eyes, trying to shut the sound out. "I've got it," Anna said. "I'll let them know about breakfast. With the snow coming down the way it is, we shouldn't have to worry about any more arrivals." Anna straightened her shoulders and calmed her mind. That spike of anxiety had been nothing but residual adrenaline, she decided. One more set of guests on edge wouldn't do her in, but as she prepared to step back out into the reception area, the noise got louder. This wasn't just one angry guy. He'd come with quite a few guests by the sounds of it. Waiting wouldn't make it any better. "Welcome to Elk Lodge," she thought. Hopefully, from there on out, the conversation would be fine. 3 steps, and she was back to the reception desk. "Welcome to Elk Lodge," Anna said, but then all the words she'd planned to say fled from her mind. She'd prepared herself for an angry man. She'd prepared herself for a moderately large group. But she hadn't prepared herself for her ex-boyfriend Freddie, his parents, some people she didn't recognize, and a woman clinging to his arm, his new girlfriend. Freddie's lip curled with disgust. "I can't believe this. What are you doing here?"
Chapter 16. Gabe. "This really would all be better if you were here," Jonas said, leaning on the desk where Gabe was still working on fixing the system. "Haven't you ever considered it? Would you consider it now?" Jonas wouldn't stop needling him about working at Elk Lodge. And no, I have no desire to be your glorified tech support." Gabe put the final keystrokes into the program and set the reservation system back to rights. It would at least function well enough to get them through the day, giving Jonas time to decide what he wanted to do about the software. Gabe would be back home by the time that was all said and done. "And I wish you'd stop. You can't afford to be here. Why would anyone even let you onto the grounds?" A loud male voice coming from the direction of the reception desk interrupted their conversation. Gabe got up out of his seat before he could process what he'd heard and rushed out to the reception area, close on Jonas's heels. What he hadn't expected was to find Anna the object of the man's attention. She stood behind the desk with another one of the reception staff members next to her, but it was Anna's demeanor that caught and held his gaze. Lost and terrified were the two words that came to mind. "Who is this woman?" demanded the woman on the man's arm, her fingers locked tight around his bicep, her face drawn up into an expression of disgust. A jolt of anger shot down Gabe's spine. "She's an ex." The man rolled his eyes. "Don't worry about her. I'm just not thrilled to see someone working here who doesn't belong. Given her family's business, she probably got a job here so she can siphon money from the resort." "That's not true," Gabe said, glancing around to address his family. He turned his attention back to the man. "You're speaking about my fiancée," Gabe said, stepping up to Anna's side. "That's why she's here at our family-owned resort. Is there something we can help you with?" "It's Freddie," Anna whispered, and Gabe's heart broke for her. The ex who hadn't thought she was good enough. This was supposed to be a holiday getaway with nothing but snow and family dinners and charm, not a chance for some jerk to confront her at Elk Lodge. Freddie's mouth dropped open, and furious red splotches blotted his cheeks. His eyes swung wildly between Anna and Gabe. He took a step back as if to take in the entire scene again and make sure he was in the right place. "How are you engaged? I just dumped you 2 months ago." A gasp came from behind him, and Gabe recognized it instantly as belonging to his grandmother. The meaning of Freddie's words hit him next like a clap of thunder. "Just dumped you 2 months ago." They'd told everyone a far different story. "How can that be?" Jonas joined in the conversation. Gabe glanced over his shoulder to discover his entire family standing there, shocked expressions on their faces. "I thought you two had been engaged for a few months," Chase asked, while maintaining a look of casual indifference, hands in his pockets and leaning against the door jamb. Anna didn't lower her head, but Gabe could tell she wanted to. Heck, he felt the same way. The whole house of cards was tumbling down around them, and Anna's cheeks went pink, then red. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. He took her arm, gently moved her back behind him, and then took her place at the reception desk. "We won't be able to process your reservation for today." Freddie's girlfriend, whoever she was, glared at him. "What are you saying? We booked here weeks ago, and your staff told us your system would be up and running in a few minutes." "It's up and running now, but not for you." Anger threatened to choke him, but he swallowed it back. Losing control of his emotions now wouldn't help anyone. Only action could do that. "I won't tolerate you treating my fiancée this way. I wouldn't tolerate you treating one of the staff this way. We'll note your names for future reference. All of you are now officially banned from the resort." "Where are we supposed to go?" an older woman howled. He assumed it was Freddie's mother, but didn't care since she'd stood by and watched her son mistreat Anna. "There's a storm. You can sit in the lobby until it passes. You won't be welcome anywhere else on the resort grounds." He turned to the woman on shift at the reception desk, Lizzie, by her name tag. "Lizzie, run down to the restaurant and let the hostess know that this party is not to be seated under any circumstances. You might want to call security and let them know too." "Yes, sir." Lizzie's eyes were bright, and Gabe had a flash of pride. Maybe he didn't work at Elk Lodge, but that hadn't removed him from the family. He had every right to protect Anna here and anywhere else she went. Something shifted inside him. "Wait, let me think about this." But there was no time to think because he could feel his family staring at the back of his neck. "You can't do this," blustered Freddie. "We've paid good money to be here and—" Gabe held up a hand. "I absolutely can do this." If Jonas wanted to disagree, now was his chance. "You're not welcome here anymore. If you do anything other than sit in the lobby, I'll alert the authorities that you're trespassing. Cancel the reservation, he said to the other staff member, who hurried to do it with a few hasty clicks. It's canceled, sir, and the money has been refunded. Freddie stood there with his mouth hanging open, stunned, and then his eyes narrowed. Not another word, warned Gabe. Not one single word. The other man turned and stalked off, mumbling furiously to his girlfriend. Good. Let him. A man like that deserved to be put in his place occasionally. Arrogant jerk. Gabe turned to Anna and reached for her, but she ducked away at the last moment, wiping at her eyes. Gabe, she choked out. Gabe felt a sick dread wash over him, unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Your family. Are you all right? He asked. No, I'm obviously not all right. She took a shuddering breath in and let it out again, then turned around to face them. No one had moved. Jonas glared at them, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Let's step into the back office, okay? Her voice shook, but she put on a determined smile anyway. We can talk about what happened. They filed into the back office, his grandmother easing into a chair and putting a hand to her eyes. Seconds later, she sat up and stared straight at him, the confused look on her face making Gabe falter. He'd hurt her with his lies. He'd misled them all, and it had been his idea, not Anna's. He took her hand in his, and this time she didn't look away. His heart beat fast, pumping adrenaline through his veins that left him with a sick feeling in his gut. First, Gabe tried to imagine himself at the head of a table at one of his company meetings, aiming for a note of confidence, something that didn't exist. He squared his shoulders and began again. First, please don't blame Anna for the scene that just happened in the lobby. It wasn't her fault. Were you two having an affair? The words came high and thin, his grandmother's eyes glistening with tears. Did that man have any reason to be angry? No, of course not, Anna said firmly. She put a hand to her throat. We weren't truthful about our engagement. It happened suddenly, didn't it? Tana asked, a hopeful expression on her face. If it happened suddenly, and that's why you didn't want to tell us. It didn't happen at all. The words were forced from between his lips. This was it. This was Gabe's worst nightmare. We're not really engaged. Jonas's eyes darkened, and Chase looked up toward the ceiling. What? His grandmother exclaimed. Her eyes traced a path to Anna's hand, where she still wore her engagement ring. Her eyes came back to Gabe's. Not engaged. The relationship was a setup. I got the call from Jonas about the holidays, and I couldn't come home alone. I wanted you to know that I would be okay, no matter what happened with your illness. I'm so sorry, Gran. He couldn't stop the words from spilling out, and now that it was happening, he didn't want to stop them. As painful as it was also a relief. I asked Anna if she would agree to pose as my fiancée for the holidays, and she said yes. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision that happened just before we left town. What were you thinking? Jonas shouted. That's the sickest thing I've ever heard. You honestly thought it would be better to lie to us all? Then what, Gabe? What were you going to do later? Fake a breakup too? Yes, Gabe wanted to shout back, but he didn't. That was what I was going to do, because at least for a little while Gran would be happy. That's what was most important to me. Well, that's not going to happen, Jonas thundered. He turned away, putting his hand to his forehead. Chase still hadn't said anything. He looked at Tana and shook his head ever so slightly. Gabe squeezed Anna's hand, and it seemed to shake her out of her shock, at least a little. Her eyes met his, dark and powerfully sad, and she brushed a hand against his wrist. Then she let go and stepped away. He could see her gathering herself for what had to be the biggest effort of her life. In her line of work, she dealt with stressful situations many times, even in front of him. She took a deep breath, straightened, and lifted her chin. "I'm so sorry." Anna's voice shook, but she clasped her hands together in front of her and kept going. "It was wrong to deceive you. Of course it was, and there's no excuse for it. I wanted to thank all of you for being so welcoming, despite everything that happened." A tear slipped from her eye and glistened on her cheek. "I've never had a chance to experience a holiday like this before. It was wonderful," she said, her voice breaking on the last word. "Except they hadn't had a holiday together. Christmas hadn't come yet. I'll be going now." Anna dipped her head, and then she ran for the door, but not before he caught what sounded like a sob. "Wait," he wanted to shout. "Don't do this. We can figure this out." But he couldn't force the words from his mouth, and she was gone. He looked around the room at his family. Ellen's eyes were red, her mouth pinched, and Jonas wasn't looking at him at all. "Gabe," Chase said quietly, "we can talk about this. If—" "No," he snapped. Part of him did want to stay and work this out, to confess all the fear he'd had about his place in the family for as long as he could remember. But Anna had to come first. He knew she was hurt and would think they all hated her. But she'd be wrong. Gabe didn't hate her, and neither should his family. It was his doing after all. This wasn't her fault. He pointed a finger at the door Anna had disappeared through. "Don't you dare blame her for this. If you blame anyone, blame me." "No problem," Jonas said, his acid tone sending a clear message. "Jonas," his grandmother warned. Gabe had to fix things. With his family, yes. But first with Anna, who hadn't done anything but try to help him, to make him happy. Gabe turned on his heel and went after her, his heart squeezing painfully in his chest. He couldn't lose her.
Chapter 17. Anna. Anna wanted to sink into the earth. It was only a matter of time before someone picked up on Freddie's comment about the family business. Someone like Gabe who'd want to know more. She had to get out. What should she bring with her? They'd bought so many clothes at that boutique before they boarded the plane, and none of them seemed like hers anymore. She couldn't very well fill her suitcases with winter things she would never use again, especially given they technically belonged to Gabe. Props for the play they performed. Miserably. Anna threw open the closet in their suite and looked blindly at the clothes hung in neat rows. She then ran to the window and wrenched back the curtain with a lump in her throat. Snow was coming down in a light flurry. That had to be a sign the storm was ending, but it didn't really matter. Anna couldn't remain at Elk Lodge anymore. She'd been caught out in a terrible lie, and she didn't deserve to stay in the family suite any longer. She wasn't family and never would be, and they all knew it now. Anna went back to the closet, pulled out one of the smaller suitcases at the bottom, and placed it on the bed. She grabbed a comfortable pair of pants that would be good for travel. The forest green top was an excellent choice, and of course the coat she'd worn off the plane. At the dresser, she opened the top drawer and swept her underthings into a ball, tossing them into the suitcase in a haphazard mess. It wasn't like it mattered. Once she got home, Anna vowed to return the clothes she was wearing and the outfit she'd taken. The suitcase, too. Yes, that would only be right. The front door of the suite slammed just as she was tipping her toiletries from the bathroom into a plastic bag. "Anna!" His voice sounded so desperate. "Where are you?" Why would he be desperate to find her? "In here." Somehow she managed to make her voice sound even and relaxed, not at all how she felt. Her emotions rolled through her like waves on the ocean, and Anna had nothing but a rowboat to navigate them. A dinghy-size vessel, and all the ways she'd learned to keep her calm through her job. Good thing she'd practiced for so long. Gabe appeared in the doorway to the bedroom as she unzipped the outer pocket on the suitcase and put the toiletry bag inside. "You don't have to go." "I absolutely do." It was the hardest thing in the world standing to face him, but she did it anyway. "There's no way I can stay here after what just happened." Gabe raised both hands in the air. "Now that they know, we don't have to pretend. We can take some time and figure things out." What is there to figure out? Heat rushed to her cheeks and she tried to will it away. It clung stubbornly to her skin. She must be red as a strawberry. I didn't belong here in the first place, and now it's obvious. You don't have to worry about that. They're not going to care if your parents got divorced or didn't have much money. They're not going to care if you had an ex-boyfriend who turned out to be a jerk. Those things happen all the time. It was too much, and the veneer of calm shattered. Really, Gabe? None of that stuff is a big deal in a place like this? He looked wounded, but it was too late to stop. Much too late. Your family prides itself on perfection, on high standards. My ex just showed up in the lobby of your luxury resort and made a huge scene. Do you think they want scenes around here? I can promise you they don't. Anna, and aside from that, you don't know the half of it. My family wasn't just poor. The family business Freddie so casually mentioned. Sooner or later, someone will get around to asking, so you might as well know everything. My father's been in and out of prison for as long as I can remember. I just found out that my brother is back in prison and he'd only been out a few months. They are convicted felons who seem to pride themselves on being repeat offenders, and my mother has been married 4 times. I'm not from a respectable family. Freddie knew about it and pretended it was no big deal, just like you're doing now. But he lied to me over and over. He kept me hidden from his family and friends, and when they found out... Anna had to pause. The memory of it threatened to overwhelm her. Then she pushed forward. He laughed, telling them I was only useful for one thing. He was wrong, Gabe insisted, his face reflecting the horror. You're not like your family. Look, they haven't even found out about the Waters family and all the sordid details yet. All your family knows is that I'm the kind of person who makes bad decisions. Your family assumes I'm a cheater and a liar. Don't tell me they didn't. I saw their faces when Freddie made his announcement. I'll smooth things over. Gabe stepped toward her. I'll talk to them. I'll figure all of this out. But he didn't sound nearly as confident as he had before. The realization was enough to send her over the edge. Why? Tears burned at the corners of her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. You brought me here for one reason and one reason only, to impress your family. Because you were tired of them making you feel like you weren't good enough. Do you really think that's going to happen now? Her throat tightened painfully. If they were disappointed by you, a billionaire tech mogul who dates Oscar-winning actresses, just how thrilled do you think they're going to be that you've brought home a potential gold-digging daughter of an ex-convict? Gabe took a half-step back, and she could see his thoughts flying through his eyes, making them more a dark gray than blue. He had to be desperate to win their approval. With the Elkin family, there would be no greater prize than earning a spot in their ranks. Gabe would want their good opinion of him far more than he'd want to spend his life trying to convince them that she was also worthy. Lines of tension deepened across his forehead. He'd come to the same conclusion and knew she was right. Why would you go to bat for me in the face of all that? She asked when he remained silent. Anna braced for the final blow now that the question hung in the air between them. She knew it was coming. On some level, she'd known all along this was how it would end. Eventually, there came a point when people could no longer ignore all that her family represented. It was the end of the line for her. But it didn't stop Gabe's hesitation from hurting. Painfully so, like a knife in her heart. She put a hand to her chest before she could stop herself. I'm leaving, Gabe. Please step out of the way. He stepped back, but the movement was stiff. Her skin ached for him to touch her or to reach out and stop her, but he didn't. She twisted off her ring and handed it to him. We won't be seeing each other again. The walk down to the lobby was the longest walk of her life. Her heart thudded wildly as she waited for him to run after her, to shout after her, but nothing of the sort happened, and the holiday cheer of the reception area continued all around her. The huge tree in the middle of the lobby twinkled and shone with all its decorations. Soft Christmas carols played over the in-house sound system, moving into all the empty spaces like water. She barely noticed Freddie and his family on a set of low sofas at the opposite end of the room, mumbling to each other and exchanging dark looks. Anna had pushed open the door by the time she realized she hadn't put on her coat. She shrugged it on, snowflakes landing on her eyelashes, and looked around. Okay, so she hadn't thought this part through. It would have been smarter to call for a car before she started packing. It was cold outside, but she wouldn't let that stop her. The last thing she wanted was to feel Elk Lodge's warmth wiping away the chill that was already settling on her cheeks and into her feet. And asking the front desk for help getting a ride to the airport was entirely out of the question. Luckily, one lone taxicab idled at the far end of the building under the last of the covered entrance. Anna hoisted her purse higher on her shoulder, curled a hand around the handle of the suitcase, and marched toward it. This was it. This was the last chance. If Gabe came running out after her now, she might not be able to tell him no. Out in the snow and cold, the bitter flakes freezing her skin, she desperately wanted to be back in that suite with him, preferably tucked under the covers. One step at a time, each one taking her closer to the cab. The driver rolled down the window before she could knock. "Are you waiting for someone?" she asked. "Just waiting for the snow to taper off. Some guy called, but my car wasn't big enough for his group." The driver peered out the window. "It looks light enough to drive now, I think. Could you take me to the airport?" "Sure thing." He got out and helped her get her things into the trunk, and then Anna collapsed into the back seat. The heat was on full blast, and it felt like falling into a warm cocoon. Tears threatened again, but she fought them back. She could break down when she got back to Las Vegas, in the privacy of her own apartment. The driver hopped in and put the car into gear, and they rumbled past the resort. Anna wanted to be stoic and keep her gaze straight ahead, but she couldn't help looking one last time at the massive building with all the warm light spilling from its windows, beckoning guests inside. Just not her. She'd proven herself more than unworthy of visiting Elk Lodge. The driver made a turn, and she craned her neck to keep looking back. Elk Lodge was big and solid, like Gabe's family. A family that had managed to stick together for years and years, unlike her own. Anna's family home was nothing but a constantly changing apartment according to her mother's latest husband's whims, and had standards that were too low, rather than too high. The lodge finally disappeared behind a thick stand of pine trees, and a few minutes later, they burst out onto the highway. It was a slow escape. She wished for frenzy and speed, and longed to tell the driver to step on it, but enough snow had fallen to make driving a little dicey, and he was rightfully cautious all the way to the airport. They finally arrived at the airport, the driver casting a questioning look in her direction. "You sure you want to get dropped here?" He hefted her suitcase onto the sidewalk. "There might not be any flights out for a while on account of the storm." "I'm sure." She thanked him, paid with an extra-large tip, and headed inside. The woman at the ticket counter gave her an apologetic frown when she asked about the next flight to Vegas. It had been scheduled to depart in 2 hours, but on account of the snow, there was a delay, which meant she would be forced to camp out at Gate 11 for 8 hours before being able to board the plane. It wasn't like she had a choice. Anna paid for the ticket and made her way to the gate for the long wait. 8 hours became 9. And then 10, and the day fell into a dark winter evening. Anna put her head back on the chair she'd claimed as her own and closed her eyes. At least with it dark outside, she couldn't see the snow and the road back to Elk Lodge. Small blessings. It had been 12 hours by the time the screen at the gate lit up and the agent announced they would begin boarding the flight to Las Vegas in 15 minutes. Anna pulled herself out of her slump and checked to make sure she had everything. Waiting in the airport didn't break her. Freddie didn't break her, and Gabe Elkin wouldn't break her no matter what.
Chapter 18. Gabe. Gabe replayed a live stream of every memory he had with Anna. The highlight reel started at their first meeting together after he'd hired her to work with him. She'd laughed so hard at something he'd said that her can of Diet Coke had fallen from her hand and splashed on the floor of his office, and he hadn't cared. Not at all. Memory after memory assailed him. "You still with us, Gabe?" Chase's voice cut into Gabe's trip down memory lane, slamming him back into his present body, the one that ached with missing her. "I'm right here," he said, trying to keep the edge out of his voice. This was not how he'd planned for the holiday to go. Anna was gone, and his family royally ticked off at him. They'd gathered in his grandmother's apartment after Anna had gone, the hours passing like years. Shame swept across his face in a hot burn, and then it was gone in a flash of shock. She'd left. Gabe rubbed a thumb across his forehead and thought about leaving and going back to Vegas, or maybe he'd take it one state farther and go to his place in San Jose. The snow had stopped coming down. If he wanted, he could have the private plane prepared for departure. But if he did that, he'd be turning his back on his sick grandmother, something he couldn't do, even though he was falling apart inside. The silence grew heavy in the living area of the apartment. The place was decorated in shades of burgundy, its upholstered furniture and cozy rug arranged to perfection. She kept no clutter on any of the surfaces, and it reminded Gabe of a pristine museum with its recreated rooms from the past in full detail, and this room was from his past. And he couldn't see any part of his future here. None. His future had taken a taxi to the airport and presumably flown back to Nevada. Gabe hadn't sent her a message yet. His phone felt almost radioactive in his pocket. Soon it would swallow him whole, and then where would he be? "I just don't get how you could have done something so crazy," Jonas said. He leaned back on the sofa across from Gabe and stared at him with a searching glare. "Getting a woman to pose as your fiancée is worse than abandoning us." Gabe let out a bitter laugh. "Nothing I do has been the right decision for this family." Anna's voice whispered in his ear again, talking him down and reminding him that this was the Elkin way of expressing affection. "I love all of you, and I'm lucky to have been raised here, but it's been difficult." Some of the anger went out of him at the uncomfortable movement Chase made as he glanced at Tana. Jonas looked at the floor. His grandmother patted her hands on the arms of her chair. "I think it's time for me and Gabe to talk privately for a few minutes," she said, her tone brooking no opposition. "I agree," Jonas said, quickly rising to his feet. He kissed their grandmother on the cheek, and then he was gone, heading for the door at top speed. Chase took more time as he and Tana each bent to embrace their grandmother, and then left the room together. A pang of envy shot through Gabe. It would be better if Anna were here to hold his hand, but it hadn't panned out that way. Alone with his grandmother, he was wildly uncomfortable. His skin felt raw, and so did his heart. It had been displayed for his family without a single thing to hide behind, and it wasn't a sensation Gabe ever wanted to get used to. His grandmother gazed directly at him. "I'm sorry, Gabe." "What?" He'd expected her to have lots to say on the subject, but not that. "I should be the one apologizing for what I did to you." Another wave of emotion crashed into him, shameful and awful. "I lied to all of you." She held up a hand. "I know I was hard on you when you were growing up. On your brothers, too. Your granddad was, too, but that's also on me." She put her fingertips to her lips, her eyes momentarily glazed over, as if deep in thought. "I wanted to do right by you, and at the time, that meant making sure you were the best you could possibly be. Obviously, that backfired." "It didn't." Gabe didn't want her to think she'd done a lousy job of parenting them. Far from it. "It didn't backfire, Gran. You set us all up to be highly successful. And we are. I am. That may be true, but it also resulted in one of my grandsons moving far away." He opened his mouth to protest, to tell her that neither Vegas nor San Jose was that far away, but she continued. "I don't judge you for it, Gabe. It's only natural to want to get out in the world and make your own life. I should have been more accepting of your choices years ago, before they had so much time to wound you like this." "I'm not wounded," he tried to say, but the words wouldn't come out. "It's not that I didn't want to be here," he said gruffly. "I did, but I also needed to find my own way, and you did." His grandmother's eyes misted over. "It's me who wanted something different. I wanted you home for the holidays, all of you, because when you're here, I feel like I'm keeping you safe. You and your brothers are everything to me." Sometimes an old woman lets her feelings get the better of her. Nobody can possibly blame you for that. Gabe reached over and took her hand. After the way we lost Mom and Dad, it's perfectly understandable. Gran shook her head. What's not understandable is how blind I was to your unhappiness. I did this to you. I'm at least partially responsible because I didn't understand the real you. And all those years, and all those girlfriends, I thought they didn't understand you either. That's why I disapproved of them. Not because I thought they weren't good enough for you. Any of them could have been your wife. But I didn't get the sense they loved you for who you really were. But all along I didn't understand either. What about Anna? She let out a short laugh. I like Anna. She made you happy, and you've been so desperately unhappy since she left. She seemed to genuinely care about you, flaws and all. I'm in love with her, he said wretchedly. But I don't know what to do. What would she tell you to do? Anna had her own issues with family, but she hadn't let that stop her from moving on with her life. She'd risen from the ashes of a family that had sorely disappointed her to become a success. And more than that, she understood what it was like to have that nagging sense she didn't fit in. But she hadn't let that stop her, had she? Not in her job, where she approached every meeting with the confidence of a CEO. And not in life, where she was always up for an adventure. Anna had come here with him and jumped into their little game with both feet. What are you thinking, Gabe? His grandmother squeezed his hand. I'm thinking of the time we made you those cookies. They were so strange looking, but they tasted so good. But all I could focus on was how weird they looked. They were delicious, his grandmother agreed. We were happy, he admitted. While we made them, everything with Anna was like embarking on a mission. Getting the ingredients turned into a major trip into town, and then she took me through all the steps of making the cookies. She knew you would like them, and she was so enthusiastic. It was impossible not to be excited when I was with her, no matter what happened afterward. Would she tell you to get back in the kitchen? I don't know about that. Heartache slashed across his chest. She knew I wasn't very good at baking. And yet she also knew how determined you can be. He met his grandmother's eyes, and she smiled at him. A soft, tired smile. She knew how determined we all can be, and she put her own twist on it. That's the thing about women like Anna. They're kind, but they forge ahead and make changes. She had made changes. In Gabe, in the Elkin family. Anna had stood her ground when it came to her own boundaries, and she'd stepped up to help them in a crisis, and she had been there every time he asked her to be. She'd held his hand. She'd kissed him. They'd done so much more. Even if they'd intended it to be fake, it had taken on its own reality. But Gabe hadn't been able to step into it. Not entirely, anyway, because he'd been too concerned with what his family might think. He'd been waiting for disapproval, and it hadn't come. His grandmother was sitting here right now, telling him she liked Anna. What did it matter if they disapproved? Gabe had spent so many years bracing for that uncomfortable feeling of not being a real part of the family. Bracing for it, and then letting it take him over. He hadn't been able to see what was right in front of his face because of his fixation on what he wasn't within the Elkin family. Anna had seen it, seen all the love between them, even with the ridiculous standards and the way they tiptoed around talking about deep things. Of all people, Anna had had a clear-eyed view of what really mattered in his family. And it wasn't the luxury resort or the fact they had lots of money. It was the way they showed up for one another. He couldn't keep her on the outside anymore, couldn't hold her at arm's length. She would tell me to take action, he finally answered the question his grandmother asked. And she would tell me to stop sitting here and do something to show how I felt. His grandmother smiled and patted his hand. Go do it, Gabe. Whatever it is, go do it. He stood and then bent down to pull her into a hug. Oh, his grandmother seemed so much smaller than he remembered, her shoulders delicate and almost fragile under his touch. Bring her back, she said into his shoulder. I will, he said. If I can bring Anna back, I will.
Chapter 19. Anna. 48 hours of nothing but binging Netflix hadn't done a thing to cure the ache in Anna's heart. After returning home, she'd showered and dropped into bed, exhausted, and once there, she hadn't wanted to leave. Instead, she opted to take the blanket off the bed and drag it to the sofa where she'd camped out. She hadn't even bothered getting dressed. Pajamas were good enough for staring blindly at the TV. 2 days, and still she missed Gabe. And not just him. Anna missed Elk Lodge, and even the way Gabe bickered with his brothers. She missed baking cookies with him. She missed sitting down with Elin in her beautiful apartment, and she missed... A knock at the front door of Anna's one-bedroom apartment was the first thing to jar her from the routine she'd fallen into, but she wasn't ready to return to the real world. Better to ignore it. Another knock, this one louder and more insistent. "Anna, I know you're in there. I can hear the TV." Elena. "I'm coming," she hollered, but didn't lift her head off the pillow. It was so far from here to the door, and her limbs felt tired and achy like she'd recently finished running a marathon. Anna had run a marathon once just because it had seemed like something she should try, something she could make conversation about with clients. This was worse. But after a few more heartbeats, she took a deep breath, hauled herself out from under the cocoon of blankets, and headed for the front door. Even the lock seemed to resist her, sticking a few times before it finally came open. The doorknob turned before she could open it. Anna stepped back as her friend barged in the way she always did. Elena stepped into the kitchen, separated from the living room only by one countertop, and set an armful of bags from her restaurant on the counter. Turning back to face her, Elena gave her a once-over look from top to bottom. "You look terrible," she announced. "I thought you might be dead." "I'm not dead," Anna shrugged. "Your phone hasn't been on in days." "Yeah, well..." She gazed off into the distance. Leaving the phone off had seemed like a far better idea. If her phone stayed off, she wouldn't be forced to acknowledge Gabe hadn't called to make things right. The flip side was she couldn't see if anybody else called, but that was a small price to pay. "I didn't feel like talking." "You can't send a single text that says, 'Flying back sooner than expected, lots of work,' and then go off the radar for 2 days, Elena scolded. "People worry about you, namely me." Anna pushed a hand through her hair. Elena seemed to read her mind. "You smell. Go take a shower and change into some fresh clothes. I'll be here when you get out, and we're going to talk." Anna did as she was told, knowing it was useless to argue with Elena once she started down the motherly path. The hot water felt good. Even the steady draw of the brush through her hair felt good. She twisted the locks into a neat bun and pulled on a pair of yoga pants and a top. Her suitcase sat glaring at her from the corner of the room, a painful reminder of what happened. "I'll return you soon enough," she muttered. "Wow, I must be losing it. I'm talking to a suitcase and myself." She headed back to the living room, only to discover Elena had cleaned up the place. Her stackable washer rumbled in the background, Elena obviously washing the blanket since it was nowhere in sight. She'd also swept the minimal food wrappers away and lit a candle. But best of all were the plates on Anna's coffee table. 2 enormous burgers with all the condiments and a generous stack of fries greeted her like a long-lost friend. 2 containers with slices of cake decorated the corners of the table. The smell filled the apartment, and for the first time since she'd gotten home, Anna's stomach growled with a genuine hunger. Elena bustled out of the kitchen with a wine glass in each hand, put them carefully on the table, and dropped onto the sofa. She patted the seat next to her. "Have something to eat. You're so pale." It didn't matter that she and her friend had disagreed during their last phone call. Elena's voice still held raw concern. Anna sat down next to her and reached for a plate. "TV or talk?" Elena asked. Anna bit into the burger. It was perfect. Medium well with sweet onions and the homemade ketchup that Elena made in huge batches at the restaurant. It flooded her mouth with something like comfort. "Talk," she said around the food. Of course, Elena would wait patiently until she was ready to explain, but waiting seemed worse than getting it out in the open. Far worse. "Obviously, I'm back in town." "Obviously," Elena ate a few bites of her own burger. What happened? Anna's chest squeezed. Well, I didn't tell you the whole story about the holiday vacation. Elena made a noise. I figured as much. The reason I went is that Gabe asked me to pose as his fiancée. He asked you to do what? Elena exclaimed, the burger only making it halfway to her mouth as she froze, her eyes wide in surprise. We've been working together for a while, and he took me out to celebrate the success of his product launch. That night at the Top of the World restaurant seemed like a million years ago now, but it hadn't been. While we were there, he got some bad news about his grandmother, who raised him. Cancer. She wanted everybody home for the holidays, and he didn't want to show up without proof that he would be all right in the future, that he was happy and in love, something his grandmother desperately wanted for him. So, he asked me to pretend to be engaged to him for the holidays. And you said yes? Elena shook her head. I did say yes. I like Gabe, and his family owns a luxury ski resort that goes all out for Christmas. This earned her a smile from Elena. What, my little fake tree doesn't do it for you? I wanted to see what it was like. Anna swirled a fry in a pool of ketchup and popped it in her mouth. It was gorgeous. I mean, really absolutely gorgeous. The winter isn't like anything we have here in the desert. It was like something out of a movie. Even the way I started to fall for Gabe. Oh, Anna. Elena bit her lip. You didn't. I did. And Gabe fell for me too. It was so easy because we had to do all these things to make it look right. We had to hold hands, pretend to be in love, and then behind closed doors. He was good behind closed doors too? Elena asked, seizing on the comment. Very good. Anna's face heated. He'd been better than any other man she'd ever been with. Gabe was on another level, and she craved more time with him even as she sank into the sadness of never being able to see him again. But then Freddie showed up. Elena did a double take. What? At the resort? Yeah, for a vacation with his family and his new girlfriend. Everything blew up in my face. Anna took Elena through the reception desk scene, feeling like she was living through it all again. It wasn't any better now. Gabe asked me to stay, but I left. It was too embarrassing. But if he asked you to stay? We spent the whole time working on things with his family. Anna's throat went tight, but she thought it through. Gabe had spent all his life thinking he wasn't good enough, and nothing he did would be good enough, but while we were there, I think he came to see that wasn't right. What about you? Elena said pointedly. What about me? Did you figure out that you belonged there too? Anna shot her friend a look. I don't belong there, never will. My dad. Elena shot her a sharp gaze, her brow furrowing with intensity. Your dad what? What your dad did doesn't have to define everything for you, she ground out. She put the burger down. After Gabe had found out about her dad, he'd hesitated, hadn't followed her out when she left, hadn't spoken to her since. Gabe might have had issues with his family. Who didn't? Not even money could buy your way out of some family drama, but he'd tried to help her and show her he cared, and he'd protected her. Anna had been so aware that their arrangement came with an expiration date that she hadn't been able to see the situation clearly. Gabe's painful expression when he found her packing made her believe he cared, but it didn't change anything. He'd let her go. Yeah, Elena said softly. See? I'm a little annoyed at you for pointing it out, Anna said, but it wasn't Elena she was irritated with. It was herself. How long was she going to fixate on the things her dad had done? She needed to leave those things in the past, where they belonged, and keep living the life she'd built for herself. In fact, that was her only option. The one thing she couldn't do was turn back time and fix things with Gabe. You can be mad at me. Elena popped a fry in her mouth. I know you'll get over it when you taste the cake. Speaking of cake, Anna held out a hand, and Elena passed her one of the containers. Chocolate cake, her favorite. The thin layer of white icing on the top would burst on her tongue with so much sweetness it brought tears to her eyes. Anna scooped up a fork from the table and stabbed it into the dessert. Cake, unlike herself, never let her down. Cake was always there for her. What am I going to do? What do you want to do? Elena blew out a breath. I'm behind you no matter what. I know I was maybe unnecessarily harsh during our phone call, and I hope you know I'm sorry for that, and I'll support you with whatever you want to do." Anna reached out and patted her friend's hand. "I do know that. You were worried, and you had every right to be. It did turn out to be a disaster." "Disasters can be fixed," Elena said briskly. "You can clean up and start again, starting with the icing on your face." Anna used her finger to wipe off the icing and then licked it off her finger, not wanting to miss a single drop. Somehow half the cake had disappeared without Anna realizing it. "Even with people, though?" "Oh, please, you work with disasters all the time. I've never heard of a situation you couldn't fix." Anna thought of all the times there'd been sticky problems dealing with clients, negotiations with vendors. That one time she'd managed to turn a client's viral avalanche into sales. Over the years, she'd come to think of those things as part of the job and not anything to be especially shaken by. What would she say to a client who'd had a curveball thrown at them? "Things happen. We'll get through this." Well, things had happened, and she would get through it. But the next thing she did after reassuring her clients was to take action. "You're right," she said softly. "I can at least try to fix this. In the meantime, are you going to come over on Tuesday?" Anna blinked at her. "Come over for what? And when's Tuesday?" Elena sighed. "You've really been out of it, haven't you? It's Sunday now. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. You're invited to my family's Christmas dinner, just like you always are." The dinner at Elena's house would be a family affair, and a crumbling feeling in her chest told her she'd never get through it. Not unless, and until, things with Gabe were all patched up. Everything felt too sensitive and raw. Showering for a burger was one thing. Getting dressed up for a Christmas dinner while she was supposed to be at Elk Lodge was quite another. Not this year. I don't think so," she admitted. "You know I love you and your family. I just don't think—" "It's okay," Elena said quickly. "There's always next year, or really any year. I just need you to know that you're welcome, no matter what happened in your past." Anna reached out and hugged her. "I know you'll figure things out," Elena said into her hair. "You always do." "I think that's what I'll do on Christmas," she said, letting a small smile escape. "Figure things out? A gift to yourself?" "Yes," Anna laughed. "You didn't just come for burgers, did you?" "No way." Elena released her and tucked her feet up under her on the sofa. "I came for movies too, as long as you didn't watch everything available on Netflix already." "Not everything," Anna said. It would work out, she told herself as Elena browsed through Netflix, finally choosing a sci-fi movie with lots of aliens and no romance. Before she hit play, she tilted her head to look at Elena. "You should know that your chocolate cake is way better than Chef Chris's." "Wait, what? Does he have a restaurant there?" Anna shook her head, feeling the tension in her shoulders lighten. "No, he's good friends with Gabe's younger brother and helped design their menus." Elena seemed to glow at the compliment. "Oh, and did I mention that Gabe's younger brother is Ace Elkin?" Elena's head whipped around so hard Anna heard her neck crack. Ace Elkin. The Ace Elkin? Reaching for her wine glass, she took a sip, hiding her smirk behind the rim as her friend started and stopped multiple sentences before she finally shouted, "Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Please tell me you took pictures." Hitting play, Anna sat back to watch the movie while Elena continued to sputter. Yes, it would all work out.
Chapter 20. Gabe. The cake looked ridiculous. After his first attempt, he'd given up and called Chris Denton, asking him for help. After Chris finished laughing, he texted him a link to one of his videos that provides step-by-step instructions for making his chocolate cake. This was Gabe's third version, and it still looked lopsided and fallen in. He could still hear Chris's voice talking about the different reasons why a cake might sink in the middle. Too much baking powder or baking soda. He had no idea. The oven was too hot, possibly. Undermixing the cake batter. That couldn't be it. If anything, he might have overmixed it. Throwing up his hands, he gave in. It wasn't going to get better than this. At least, not in his current headspace. This was the first one he'd bothered to frost, and the frosting wasn't anywhere near perfect. His hands itched to make it exactly right, with perfectly straight edges and a flat top and impeccable piping on the sides. But perfection wasn't what mattered. What mattered was showing that he'd listened. It was about showing Anna that he didn't have to live within the old constraints of his family. Constraints that had fallen away after his grandmother's conversation with him. He turned the cake around on the makeshift stand one more time. "If you wait until it's perfect, you'll never leave," he told himself aloud, feeling more than a little silly. But it was true. If he waited until he became a master baker to fly to Vegas, then he wouldn't make it, and Anna would think she didn't mean the world to him. Gabe took his phone out of his pocket and dialed a familiar number. "Ready the plane." It was Christmas Eve, and there wasn't much time left before all the family traditions began. He hated activating the crew on Christmas Eve, but it couldn't be helped. Hopefully, what he had to do wouldn't take long, and they could be back with their families soon. He didn't want Anna to miss the lodge's festivities if he could help it. He wouldn't miss them if he could help it, but he would if that was what it took to get Anna back. The cake felt like the most precious object he'd ever carried out of Elk Lodge. His one concession had been to borrow a cardboard box from the kitchen. They had lots of them for sending leftovers home from lodge weddings, and the bright red box was perfect for this time of year. Gabe held it on his lap all the way to the airport, where his private jet waited for him. The driver got out and opened the door, reaching for the box, but Gabe put his hands over it. "I've got it," he said, not wanting anyone to take it. All the way to Vegas, he tried to keep his thoughts positive regarding the outcome of the meeting with Anna. He couldn't let her walk out of his life, and he'd do everything in his power to convince her, but the scary part was not knowing if she'd agree. Anna left Elk Lodge believing a person could never overcome their mistakes. And the fake engagement had been his mistake, not hers. And her family? Number A person's family wasn't what mattered. Anna's family was a part of her, but they weren't all of her. Gabe's heart beat hard with all the love he felt for her. And that was what mattered the most. The plane landed, and he instructed the crew to remain on standby and then hustled into the waiting car. He gave the driver the address to her apartment. The closer they got, the more he wished he'd been able to get through to her by phone. Was she even going to be home when he got there? Gabe's heart was in his throat by the time the car pulled up in front of the building. "Wait here," he told the driver. The afternoon sunshine in Vegas belied the cold temperature this time of year, but it was a far cry from the snow and chill of the resort in Colorado, and the breeze stroked his face as he made his way to the main entrance. A list of names and numbers decorated the call box, and he used a knuckle to press the one next to Anna's name. The deep buzz came from far away. Sweat pricked at the back of his neck as he waited. Gabe Elkin was nervous about talking to a woman. A first. "Hello?" Anna's cautious voice made him wince, but just knowing she was home helped calm his nerves. "Anna," he said. "It's me. Can I come in?" He thought he heard a sharp intake of breath, and then the door buzzed, letting him in. He breathed a sigh of relief. She was going to talk to him. Gabe took the stairs 2 at a time to the second floor, not bothering to wait for the elevator. At the top of the landing, he spotted her in the doorway of her apartment. Hope and fear were reflected in her dark eyes. Her hair had been pulled back in an elegant twist at the back of her head, and though she wore soft pants and a loose top, she still looked like she could take on the world. "Gabe," she said. "You're here," her voice low and breathless. Gabe closed the distance between them, like nothing existed except Anna, his name on her lips the best sound he'd ever heard. "Hi," he smiled, hoping to earn one back from Anna. Anything to put them on even ground. She looked up at him and folded her bottom lip between her teeth. "Hi." His heart squeezed, then thundered, heat whispering across his skin. "I made you something." What is it? Her eyes flicked down to the box in his hands, then came back up to his, surprise dancing there. Did you bake? I did. He lifted the top of the box and held it out to her. Anna took it, wonder shining in her eyes. You made me a cake. A little laugh escaped her. All by yourself? And that was when he saw it. A smile, a beautiful smile from the woman he loved. Yes. She moved into her condo and set the box on the counter, pausing to gaze down at it with a pose that made him want to pull her in close. Anna turned to him as he stepped closer. Explain, she said, her voice a little wobbly with confusion. I love you. Anna gasped, a hand flying to her mouth. I love you, he went on, and I will do anything you want, give you as much space as you need. But I want this fake relationship to be real, because I've fallen in love with you. All of you, even the parts of your past you'd rather not think about. I want you with me, and I baked you a cake to show you that I don't care about being perfect. All I care about is loving you.
Anna couldn't believe this was happening. Gabe had shown up at her condo with the ugliest cake she'd ever seen. Anna burst out laughing, joy flooding through her like sunlight after a long night. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes and spilled out. I love you too, she said. I can't believe you did this. She could not believe that he'd spent so much time doing something he didn't like, and all for her. Gabe was the kind of man who'd prefer to show up with jewelry glittering in a box than a cake that looked like it had been decorated by a child. But she knew he'd tried. And more than that, she could see the faint embarrassment on his cheeks. Gabe didn't do embarrassing things for just anyone. It meant the world. It was the most personal, caring thing she could imagine him doing. Anna flew into his arms, wrapping her own around him and holding him tight. His arms tightened around her, and she felt the tension drain out of him. Gabe's hand slid down to her jaw, and he tugged her face up to his, kissing her as though each kiss were priceless. I'm sorry, she said against his mouth. I'm sorry I ran out like that. I shouldn't have done it. I don't care. He kissed her again, firm and unyielding, and her lips parted for him instinctively. Their tongues met and danced together, warmth shooting down her body to her knees, making them weak. Gabe held her tighter. I love you no matter how you react. You put up with my antics after all. It's what makes us so good together. She ran her fingertips down the lines of his body, feeling like he'd lit her soul aflame in the best possible way. We are good together, she agreed, and some of the weight of her past fell away. Anna had been carrying it for so long that she felt a strange emptiness for a heartbeat, but the emptiness was soon replaced by another kiss from Gabe and a low sound in the back of his throat that spoke of relief and desire all at the same time. She was no longer empty, but filled with Gabe's love. I missed you, she whispered. I missed you so much I baked, he whispered back, and she laughed through her happy tears. Gabe pulled her in for another hug, then lifted her higher, and then he was walking through her apartment to the sofa. He sat down and arranged her in his lap, arms around his neck, the two of them as close as possible. Her pulse felt fluttery and delicious joy moved through her again and again. I wanted to ask you something, he said, a careful note in his tone. Anything. Anna breathed him in, the leather and soap smell of him, and let her head rest against his shoulder. Soon they'd have to get up, but for now, she just wanted this. I want you to fly back to Colorado with me and spend Christmas with my family. He stroked a hand over her hair. Unless it would make you uncomfortable. If it did, I could spend it here with you if you let me. Anna thought her heart might fly out of her chest. There could be no greater sacrifice than offering to miss this holiday with his family. She sat up in his lap and put a hand on his face, studying his eyes. They met hers with humble honesty, and she ran a thumb over the line of his jaw, drinking him in. If he could make this sacrifice with everything going on in the Elkin family, with his grandmother's health, she could make one too. I want to spend Christmas with you, she said. And I want to spend it with your family. Relief brought color to his cheeks, his eyes wide and echoing the sentiment. Really? Yes. If you can offer this to me, then I can face your family even after that whole big scene. I love you, Gabe, and I care enough about you to go for it even if they judge me. They won't judge you, he said fiercely. They can judge me all they want, but never you. Oh, they can? Anna laughed. I stormed out of the family resort because I got caught in a lie. If that's not judge-worthy, what is? Anybody can be forgiven for what they do under duress, Gabe pointed out. My entire family saw your ex show up in the lobby. Plus, the entire scheme was my idea. You were only along for the ride. They can't judge you without judging me. Don't remind me, she grumbled, but then his hand was around the back of her neck, and Gabe pulled her in for a tender kiss. A slow, searching kiss that soothed every part of her that was embarrassed or ashamed. She could do anything for this man, and she would. She'd make a grand apology to his family. She'd spend Christmas with them, knowing what they'd seen. Anything. When do we leave? His other hand tightened on her waist. The plane is waiting at the airport and the driver's outside. A smile lifted the corner of his mouth. All of your things are still at the resort, so we could walk out the door right now. There's just one thing I want to do first. What's that? She stood up and took his hand, pulling him up to stand. Just a quick visit. Confusion furrowed his brow. To where? To the bedroom. Chapter 21. Anna. They emerged from Anna's bedroom a hot 15 minutes later, her sheets newly messed up by the most gorgeous man she'd ever met in her life. There, she said. That should tide me over. Gabe laughed. Tide you over until when? Until the family meeting is over, she said briskly. That's first on the agenda, right? He put a hand on the small of her back. We don't have to do that right away if you don't want. Oh no, we do. Anna moved around her condo, gathering up the necessities. She grabbed her suitcase, which was still mostly packed, and knocked all her bathroom things back into the outside pocket and went out for the cake, putting the box carefully in Gabe's hands. I'm already nervous. How can you be nervous after what we just did? He murmured the words against her temple, then punctuated them with a kiss. I would have thought that would cure you. She turned her head and kissed him, running her tongue along his bottom lip. It cured me for the moment. That's why we'll have this meeting and then go directly back to our suite. Our suite, he repeated. I like the sound of that. You know what else I like the sound of? Our house. Don't ask me to move in with you until your family has a chance to give their blessing, she said, that nervous pressure intensifying. Gabe swept her into his arms again, her purse falling to the floor. Move in with me, in my home at the resort, he insisted, no matter what they say. All of my homes for that matter. I have 3. You knew that, right? He kept talking on the way to the car and onto the private jet and through the flight, telling her about his condos and what he liked about them and how they would be better with her. Anna held the cake box in her lap and tried to match his enthusiasm while she prepared. This would be like any other awkward meeting, she decided. She'd get through it. And if they didn't approve, then they didn't approve. Worse things had happened. Gabe made a quick call as they approached the resort. Are you all waiting? He took her hand and squeezed. Good. We're almost there. Waiting for what? Asked Anna. Wouldn't you like to know? He teased. They pulled up in front of the lodge a moment later. Anna had the strangest feeling of homecoming, a relief in a way. However, the conversation they were about to have probably wouldn't be the most fun experience of her life. Gabe got out first and pulled her against his side on the way through the big double doors. The lobby was just the way they'd left it, in full swing for the Christmas season. A pianist played carols at the grand piano, and decorations made to look like gifts had appeared under the tree. Those are real, Gabe said in a low voice. You're kidding. They'll be packed up tonight and taken to families in town who need them. Every guest here will wake up with a similar package outside their door. It gave her hope. If the Elkin family did things like this at Christmas, they could surely find it in their hearts to forgive her. They had to forgive Gabe. He was family. but it was important to her that they forgive her too. Anna took a deep breath. Even if they didn't, it would be okay, so long as Gabe still loved her. "Stop at the suite?" Gabe asked. "Suite afterward." She led him resolutely to the elevator. "They're all waiting at your grandmother's, right?" "That's right." He seemed totally at ease as they rode up to her floor and stepped out into the hall. Anna's heart felt too big for her body. Her pulse pounded, a drumbeat of nerves, and she took another deep breath to calm herself. Then another. The door to Elon's apartment opened before they could knock. Tana and Chase stood there, arms wide open. "Welcome back," Tana said, and she grabbed them both and practically dragged them inside. She pulled Anna into a hug. "We're so glad you're here." "Are you really?" She didn't want to let go of Tana and face the rest of the family, but that was what they'd come here to do. Tana stepped aside, and Anna saw Elin, Jonas, and Lindsay sitting in the living room. Elin and Jonas both stood, and she couldn't remember what she was going to say for the life of her. Gabe took her hand and led her into the living room, everyone standing as if things might go haywire at any second. "I wanted to say that I'm so sorry," Anna heard herself say, "for any pain that I might have caused. It was wrong of us to lie to all of you, and I wish we hadn't done that. There's one thing that is true. Through all of this, we fell in love." "Yes," chimed in Gabe. "We're together now. For real." Jonas cleared his throat, and Anna braced herself. "I shouldn't have been so overbearing. I only wanted everyone to be okay, and I was pushing too hard." "I get it," Anna said, stepping into Jonas's waiting arms for a brotherly bear hug. And soon they were all gathered around, chatting and talking about their trip from the airport like it had been any other trip, like they were two members of the family arriving for a holiday. "I'm just happy you're together," Chase said, bending down for a hug of his own. "Gabe was insufferable without you." Chase ruffled her hair and Tana knocked his hand away playfully. As if by silent agreement, they all took seats in the living room. Anna sat next to Elin, who put an arm around her. "I'm thrilled you're back." "Gabe needed you," she said softly. "And I have to apologize, too. If I gave you the impression that you didn't belong here." Elin met her eyes unflinchingly. "You do belong here, Anna. I would be honored to have you as my granddaughter." Her throat closed, tight with tears, and she leaned forward to draw the older woman into a hug. "You have no idea how much that means." A knock at the door interrupted the new flow of conversation, and Anna stood up without thinking, wiping at her eyes. "I'll get it." "She's already settled in," Chase said, and the spill of their laughter, kind and familiar, warmed her from the inside out. She was accepted here, loved. It was the most comforting feeling she could have dreamed of. At the door, a bellboy waited with a red box in his hands. "Oh, we must have forgotten this in the car." Anna took the cake and reached into her pocket for a tip. All she had was a 20, but she pressed it into his hand. It was Christmas, after all. She returned to the living room and cleared her throat. "I have an announcement." Ellen's hand went to her throat. "It's not that I'm pregnant," she said, shooting Ellen a grin. Tana let out a huge breath. "It's that Gabe baked me a cake." "That's almost a bigger deal," said Jonas, and then they were all looking at him and the cake as she unveiled his creation. "Who wants a slice?" Anna called out. "I'm cutting it right now." She was met with silence. "Oh, come on. He did a good job." The brothers laughed again, and Anna even forgave Jonas for his wariness about Gabe's first baked dessert. He genuinely loved his family, and he wanted what was best for them, even if he could be a little pig-headed about what was best. When she returned from the kitchen a few minutes later, with a tray laden with pieces of sliced cake on plates, he was the first to step up and take one. The family took their seats in the living room again, each one turning their cake over for inspection and then looking to one another, as if for reassurance. "Who's going to go first?" Gabe asked. "Oh, never mind. I made it, so I'll take the plunge." He cut off a piece with his fork and popped it into his mouth without hesitation. Anna held her breath. She had never wanted someone to be successful more in her life. Gabe's eyes went wide. "Oh my God," he said. It's good. I'm not even kidding, it looks weird, but it tastes delicious. Everybody followed suit after that, and Anna took a bite. Oh, it was delicious, soft and wonderful, with a hint of vanilla. Gabe had done an excellent job. Anna leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Save it for when you're alone," Chase teased. "No way," Gabe said, leaning over to kiss her in return. Gabe crawled into bed beside her at the end of the longest, happiest day of Anna's life. Christmas Eve with the Elkin family had run late, and Elkin had retired much earlier, exhausted from the fun and her treatments taking its toll. Jonas and Chase had stayed to talk by the fire, while Tana and Lindsay had slipped out together over her protests. It was only when Anna finally whispered to Gabe that she was ready for bed that he'd made a move to leave. The truth was, Anna wanted to be alone with him. And now he was here, stretching out beside her and running a hand over her face. "I love you," he said. "I want you," she said, a huge grin keeping her from making it a seductive invitation. His eyebrows rose. "Yeah? You want me too. I don't deny it." She climbed on top of him, and Gabe slid his hands up underneath her big, soft sleep shirt. He gripped her waist and pulled her down over his chest to kiss her, deep and hard and fierce. Gabe groaned into her mouth, his hands digging into her hips. He stuck a hand out, and it collided with the bedside table, almost knocking the lamp over. His low growl showed his impatience as he wrenched the drawer open and dug inside for a foil packet. There was nowhere else she'd rather be in the world. After, Gabe held her gaze as collapsed on top of him. They rolled together over the sheets, Gabe landing on top of her, her handsome billionaire, her dream come true. Gabe bent to kiss her lips, and a pleasant tiredness descended along with him. "You did good today," he said softly. "We did good. Now sleep. Tomorrow's Christmas." Turning over, she snuggled in his arms and drifted off to sleep. This is what it must be like to be excited for Christmas.
Chapter 22. Gabe. It was, without a doubt, the best Christmas morning of Gabe's life. He came awake all at once, his arm still slung over Anna, and breathed in her essence. Definitely the best Christmas ever. She stirred underneath his arm and swiped her hair out of her face, then turned and stretched. "Merry Christmas," she whispered. "Merry Christmas," he said. This was the best Christmas in his memory. Her body next to his was the most incredible gift. They lay together, savoring the silence for several minutes. "What do we do now?" "It's still early," he murmured, preferring to stay in bed with Anna. 30 minutes later, they headed for the bathroom. A long, leisurely shower with Anna was the perfect way to start the morning. He washed her hair and soaped every inch of her skin like it was another gift. In fact, it was his third gift of the morning. First had been waking up next to her, second had been what they did after, and third, the shower. They walked hand in hand to the elevator, and Anna took a deep breath. "How's my hair?" "Perfect." He kissed her on the temple. "You didn't look." "I don't have to look to know it's perfect." The elevator whisked them upward, and he took both Anna's hands and spun her around. "There. Now I've looked, and you're gorgeous." She pressed a kiss to his jawline, and then it was time to go in. Anna's wide smile sparked something like childhood excitement in him, pure and fresh. Tana and Chase were there along with Lindsay. Jonas and his grandmother sat opposite, and they all got up to greet one another. For once, Gabe didn't have to focus on whether they were judging him. He just settled next to Anna until it was time to head into the dining room for breakfast. Gabe might have moved away from home, but these old habits hadn't left. He knew the rhythm of the holiday with his family, and it was comforting in a way it hadn't been in years. The staff came out with serving platters, piled high with fluffy pancakes and sausages and crispy bacon. Another tray was decorated with a fan of fruits, fresh-made muffins, gravy. It was an embarrassment of riches, and Gabe saw it through Anna's eyes for the first time. This was when all the high standards and expectations came together to make something lovely. A breakfast table with laughter and helpfulness, and rules for everyone to follow. Those weren't always a bad thing, he realized. They were meant to give everyone a framework so they could relax. And the framework had relaxed too. Grandmother didn't lean forward as often to scan everyone's plates and guide the conversation. She enjoyed it while they served to the left, passed to the right, and waited for everyone's plate to be filled before they started. Gabe caught himself watching his grandmother carefully, appreciating the matriarch of the family with a deeper understanding. After breakfast, they took turns freshening up and then gathered in the living room for a Christmas photograph. Gabe put his hand on the small of Anna's back as the photographer set up her tripod and helped everyone into what she considered the proper placement. She was a tall woman with jet black hair and a full smile. Gabe liked her instantly, especially when she took the time to compliment the silver and white decorations used to turn the room into a winter wonderland. His grandmother beamed with pride. Gabe looked around and finally understood so much about his life and his family. For so many years it had faded into the background for him, but not today. Never again. "Are you sure I should be here?" Anna whispered, her eyes darting up to his. "I can step out if you'd rather have the photos without me. I'm completely sure. If I'm supposed to be here, then so are you." It hit him like a flash, like a bolt of lightning. He wanted her by his side forever. Not a single thing in the world could keep him away from her now that he had her back. The photographer raised a hand. "And let's all look this way, natural smiles. No need to overdo it. Just imagine you're enjoying a relaxing Christmas morning with your family." All of them laughed, all except Jonas. His brother was acting odd, and Gabe made a mental note to ask him what was wrong when they had a chance. The shutter clicked away, capturing family memories. Normally, Gabe would have been irritated with this kind of exercise, and with Jonas's insistence on making his gift take center stage. But Anna had shown him something different. She'd shown him that these kinds of gestures were meant to be thoughtful, and not in a competitive way. They were for the future versions of themselves who would have to take family photos with members missing. Gabe's heart squeezed. "And we're good," the photographer said, lowering her camera. "Would you like couples photos?" "Yes," Jonas said, his voice firm, brooking no opposition. Was it for the benefit of those in the room who might object, or the benefit of the photographer and issuing orders in Jonas's typical abrupt fashion? "Anna and Gabe first," Tana said, pushing them front and center. Whatever was wrong with Jonas would have to wait. It was Christmas, and Gabe had every reason to be joyful. Pulling Anna into his arms, as easily as he'd done anything in his life, he kissed her. Chase whooped at the sight, the clicking of the camera alerting him that the kiss would be solidly documented. Anna put her arms around his waist and posed again. It was so easy. He'd suffered through 100 corporate photo shoots, but this was nothing like that. He couldn't keep the smile off his face, and he couldn't keep his eyes off Anna. She was his kind of lovely. "Would you like to see a few of the shots?" the photographer asked. "Yes." Anna grabbed Gabe's hand, and they went to stand next to the woman. The images took his breath away. Anna's eyes shone up at him, and it was clear from the way they touched each other that it was love. Real, deep love. He put a hand to his chest and caught the photographer's eye. "Do you do wedding photography?" Anna gasped. "I mean it," he said, the knowledge breaking over him like a wave. "I want to be with you. I want to marry you." Everything fell away except for Anna and the happy tears in her dark eyes. Gabe was dimly aware of the photographer hustling to detach her camera from the tripod and whisk it away. He took both of Anna's hands and was surprised to find that his own were trembling. This seemed way more momentous than his first throwaway proposal at the top of the world. This was probably the most important thing he'd ever do. The significance of it settled over his shoulders and made his heart beat hard, and Anna bit at her lip, smiling through her own surprise. He didn't have a new ring, but he did have the old one in his pocket. Anna had handed it back to him when she left, and he'd kept it in his pocket ever since. It was a testament to his love and kept him close to her even when they were apart. Gabe sank down onto one knee and put his hand into his pocket. The room went silent, all eyes on him. For one heart-stopping instant, he couldn't find the ring. Relief filled him when his fingers closed over it, Gabe eager to ask the biggest question of his life. "Anna, you've changed everything about my life for the better," he told her. The click of the camera's shutter was the only sound that could be heard. "I want you to be by my side forever, and I want to be by yours. Will you marry me?" He held up the ring, and Anna burst out in delighted laughter, tears streaming down her face. The pictures would be priceless, something to remember and talk about for generations to come. "And I know," he went on, "that this is our fake engagement ring, but we picked it out together. I'd like it to be a real one now." "I love it," she cried. "It's my dream ring." She dissolved into happy laughter again, and someone started clapping, the others joining in just as he slid the ring onto Anna's finger, back where it belonged. She bent down to kiss him, her hands on either side of his face. He stood, taking her in his arms to deepen the kiss. "We don't have to do this until you're ready," he said so only she could hear. "There's no rush." "But there is," she whispered, a hand stroking down the back of his neck. "I want your grandmother to see us get married, and I don't want to wait. If we could do it right now, I would." "Me too," he answered. "Me too." Excitement hummed through him as Chase and Tana took their photos with Lindsay, and then Jonas and their grandmother. And finally, his grandmother posed for a portrait in her favorite seat in the house, the left-hand corner of one of her upholstered sofas. Happiness and grief tightened Gabe's throat as he watched. He was going to miss her. They were all going to miss her, but they'd have the memory of this day and this photo. That was more than some people got, and they didn't have to miss her yet. The photographer spoke with Jonas and then disappeared. There were more rounds of family portraits scheduled for later this afternoon, but they had enough for one session. Now it was time for some good old-fashioned Christmas fun. His grandmother rose from the sofa, holding her hands up high. "Who's ready for presents?" Lindsay whooped, and then there was a rush for seats around the tree, and Gabe settled back into their spot on the sofa with Anna tucked under his arm. "Anna's my gift, and all I need. Merry Christmas," he told her, kissing her hair. "I love you. I love you too. Let's always make Christmas special." He drew her in, savoring the feeling of her body close to his. "Deal. But only if I can unwrap you every year. I'll never need another present."
Chapter 23. Epilogue. Anna. February. The movers have taken the last of the boxes downstairs. Are you ready to go? Gabe asked her from the doorway to her bedroom. Well, former bedroom. She stood in the now empty room, feeling overwhelmed at how quickly her life seemed to be coming together. "Hey, are you okay? If you feel like it's too soon and you want to keep your apartment, I can tell them you changed your mind." Anna lifted her head to see Gabe's concerned look, worry creasing his brow. She walked to him and he opened his arms to pull her into a hug. "It's not too soon." She reached up to rub her thumb across his brow, bringing a smile to his lips. "It's just a lot to take in. New business, new client, new state. I needed a minute." He tightened his arms around her and kissed her forehead. She tilted her head up and he placed feather-light kisses down her face before reaching her lips. "Elk Lodge is just another client and you already know everyone there. And if Jonas gives you any grief—" Anna reached up to silence him with a finger against his lips. "I know, but Elk Lodge is my first client since I started my own business and I'm feeling nervous." After the holidays, Gabe insisted on completing his end of the deal and helped her to set up her own PR firm, and Jonas had insisted that Elk Lodge be her first client. Of course, it helped that she'd sent him a proposal detailing the different ways they could expand their offerings, especially during the off-season. Since Anna was spending all her time either at the lodge or with Gabe, it didn't make sense to keep her apartment, so they'd decided to move in together. When Anna was on property, she would stay in their private residence, which Gabe had insisted that she help him redecorate to their tastes, and they'd turned his suite in the main lodge into offices for the both of them. While Gabe was insistent that he had no intention of working for Elk Lodge, he was definitely spending more time in Colorado, working remotely, so he could be closer to his family. Especially Elin, who was struggling with her cancer treatments. Most days, she was exhausted, but felt well enough to scold her grandsons and inform them that they needed to stop hovering as if she might drop dead at any second. Much to Jonas's annoyance, she'd hired 2 full-time caregivers to assist her without consulting him, and the women were both godsends. Gabe's phone pinged and he ignored it. "Oh no, you need to check that message," she told him. Elin had an appointment with her oncologist and everyone had been holding their collective breaths. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he handed it to her. "You do it." Taking his phone and holding gingerly as if it might explode, she checked the message, which was from Chase. "It's good news. The targeted therapy appears to be working, and the oncologist wants to wait to try anything else." Gabe grabbed his phone, reading the message for himself, and then reading it again. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, and he blew out a breath. Another message pinged. "Gran wants to know if we'll be back in time for dinner." "Oh, tell her yes." "Are you sure?" "If you want to spend more time here, I would understand. They would understand." Anna took his hand and pulled him through the apartment. "There's nothing left here for me. Let's go home." Gabe lifted her hand to his lips, kissing it. "I like the sound of that. Home." He took her keys and locked the apartment, and they made a quick stop to give the keys to the property manager before getting in the car waiting to take them to the airport. Since Gabe had 3 fully furnished residences, most of Anna's furniture had been donated, although she'd given Elena the option of taking anything she wanted. Everything else had been boxed up to bring to Elk Lodge. Sitting back in the car, she leaned into Gabe's side. When she'd dreamed about her future life, getting engaged to a billionaire hadn't even been on her radar. Now, they were embarking on even more adventures. Ones that would continue to bring Gabe closer to his family, a family that Anna had grown to love as they welcomed her into the Elkin fold. At the airport, Gabe helped her out of the car and they walked toward his private jet. "Are you sure you want to do this? We don't have to go to Colorado. I can instruct the pilot to take us anywhere you want to go." Anna smiled at his concern. "No, I'm sure. Although I might take you up on that later. I have a huge list of places I want to visit, and I can't think of anyone I'd rather be with than you." Getting settled in their seats, he kissed her hand as the pilot readied them for takeoff. "Have I told you today that I love you, Ms. Anna Waters?" Anna pretended to think about it. "Yes, but only twice. You're behind on your daily quota, Mr. Gabe Elkin." Gabe had made a point of complimenting her and telling her how much he loved her regularly, and Anna didn't think it would ever get old. He squeezed her hand. "That's not good. What can I do?" As the plane took off, Anna had an idea. "Well, I wouldn't mind becoming a member of the Mile High Club." Gabe choked out a laugh before readily promising to help make her a member. Anna's life was looking up. She had a new family who loved her as much as she loved them, and she was engaged to the man of her dreams. For real this time. Once the plane hit cruising altitude and the seatbelt light turned off, she got out of her seat to straddle Gabe. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she kissed him before telling him, "I love you too, Gabe Elkin." Now about that membership. The end.